If you've ever thought today is a good day to go get something from 7-Eleven, go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button, folks. Welcome back to another episode of Benzinga's Pre-Market Playbook. This one, the last one of the week. So yes, we made it to Friday here. It's almost mice down, drinks up time, but we got one more day to go. You didn't think you were going to get off easy on a Friday, did you? We've got more tariff headlines freaking out some folks. And that's affecting the market here today. We're going to break all of that down. We're going to have some fun today. Have Mark Petrino here today. Lots of stuff going on. Benzinga's Pre-Market Playbook, the Friday edition for July 11th. 7-Eleven begins right now. Good morning and welcome back, folks. It is great to see a whole bunch of returning faces here today. We're going to have a good Friday here, and we're going to go into our weekend happy and ready to enjoy it. Great to see a whole bunch of returning faces here. EKS, good morning. How are you? Performance Food Groups, ticker PFGC, is up 9% here today and in play. You know, I don't even know if I've ever even pulled that ticker up, EKS, but good stuff there, bringing a new issue to the group here, PFGC. Kayla, good morning. Welcome back. Kayla, Bitcoin rocket. Yes, indeed. In fact, we're going to talk about Bitcoin here, that trading up bigly. Day trader, I think that I saw a comment from you here about faces being melted already. Yeah, don't be short Bitcoin. That's one of the things that we've learned. At least I have. Anyway, good morning, Crimp Biscuit. Friday vibes, indeed. Hope you're having a good one, my man. Shanlu Trading, good morning. Let's make it a payday Friday. I like that. I like the sound of that, Shanlu. Let's do it. Paul, good morning. Good to have you here. Mama Bear, locked in. $1 million rain here. Hey, it's raining here in Chicago, too. And actually, I think we're supposed to get several pockets of rain here today on a Friday, but it is what it is. It's Friday. You can't bring anybody down on a Friday. Come on now. White Chocolate Mocha, good morning. Jonathan, good morning. Sun-Kissed Yogi, good morning. Chuck, good morning. Knack Up MP. So Knack MP, probably USAR. I think there's probably going to be some more trading in all of those names here. Good to see you winning there, Chuck. Jane, good morning. Hopefully you're having a good Friday. Danielle, INKT, that's on our movers list for today. Good morning, Danielle. Bernhard, welcome back. Zach McCracken, welcome back. Empyrean, welcome back. Ed, BBAI, let me add that to the list here. Ed, good morning. Ed doesn't even say good morning. He's just like, look at the stock. Good morning, Ed. It's nice to see you. Javon, welcome back. Pete, good to see you. Josh, welcome back. I've been trying to talk Ethereum on here for months, and now look, we do talk about Ethereum. We don't necessarily chart it a whole lot, mostly because we don't trade Ethereum back and forth. But when I liquidated some of my crypto holdings, the Ethereum was the one that I didn't touch, largely because I thought there was going to be more catch up and it pays a yield. All of the Bitcoin market going wild now. Welcome back, Josh. Good to see you. Day trader, good morning. Welcome back. Let's see, where am I at here? JJ, welcome back. Good morning. Lion, good morning. Cam, good morning. Rooster, good morning. We will get it. Tom, good morning. Dirkus, locked in. Welcome back. Good morning. Ryan, great name. Good morning. Jay Grant, welcome back. Sassy Butterfly Chick, good morning. Happy Friday, y'all. I second that notion. Jonathan, welcome back. Lion saying, yes, PFGC is a great food company. I do business with them. Lion, is this a competitor, or Lion or EKS, really anyone that knows, is this a competitor or a peer to Tyson Foods? Do they do prepackaged foods? What's the? Let me know. Let me know how that all shakes out in your opinion, there, Lion. Curious on that one. Judge, good morning. Locked in. Hope you're well, Judge. Wellionaire, Cryptonaire. Good morning. Rail, good morning. Good to see you again. Josh, Arbitum just broke out of a falling wedge. Maybe you could take a look at what's the ticker for that, Josh? Is that that's a crypto that I'm not familiar with? Let me know what that is. I'll see if we can pull that up here in Pro. I'll add it to the list. JP, good morning. Who else did I miss? Fog, good morning. Rick, good morning. Kerching, there he is. Good morning. And as Sassy Butterfly Chick is politely reminding everybody, please don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button. ARB is the crypto. Okay, let me add that here real quick. ARB Crypto. We will take a look at that. I'm actually not familiar with that one at all, so appreciate that. Zoo, good morning. Will, good morning. And Nick, good morning. DCL 111, good morning. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the SPY, see where we're at. We'll break down some of the morning news here, and then we'll get ready to roll. Here's your SPY chart. So still sideways. Now, yesterday it was 626.87. That was a new all-time high. So that is now our new level on the upside to take a look at. Futures under pressure here based on the tariff on Canada. S&P futures here down by 0.5%. Downside level here still going to be the low from Monday. That low value there is going to be 617.87. We've really been kind of looking at that as a bounceable low level here pretty much all this week. That's going to stay in play here to today. If we get a mass exodus and the market keeps selling off, we definitely want to take a look at that 613.23 and 611.34 as your 20-day moving average. We'll see if we get that here. RSI still 66.53. So, okay, that's pretty much it with the SPY. I did want to go through the morning update here real quick. We have no big data here today, so we don't have to worry about any of that. As you can see, market under pressure here, and Bitcoin, yeah, it's going crazy. I think Lion said call to 4,000 there on Ethereum. I don't think maybe that's a near-term top. I don't think that's the ultimate top. Giddy up if you're long there, Ethereum. We do have one IPO coming here today, Bluemont Holdings, ticker BMHL, that price between 4 and 5, and IPOs here today. We don't really have anything in terms of meetings. You have an annual shareholder meeting here for Brookside Senior Living. Nothing I follow. Unsure that we're really going to get anything out of that, so probably nothing there as well. We did have LEDS reporting earnings here today. Kind of a nothing burger there. And then as far as the initiations here, an outperform from Baird on Mobileye, $23 price target. I think there was nothing else on the initiations here. And then on the upgrade, AMC, Canada Goose, and Sally Mae. Catching upgrades here, and price target moves higher. So that's pretty much it. Not a whole lot going on. I think that we're probably going to end up watching some of these short-term movers or these smaller movers. Unsure if we're really going to take a new swing here on anything big going into the weekend, but we'll see how today shakes out. Let me go back to the chart here real quick. Let's start with the market overview here. Market is expected to open lower, but the Bitcoin expected stocks soar in the pre-market as Bitcoin took out 118. As mentioned, we're going to talk about all of those things. After President Trump imposed 50% tariffs on Brazil, the country's president, Luiz Lula da Silva, issued a warning Thursday about a potential retaliatory tariffs if the U.S. proceeds with its planned 50% tax on Brazilian imports starting August 1st. The other news there is that he said that there's 35% tariffs on Canada, and said if you retaliate, there will be another 35%. And we also had some quotes out of the EU that, while they are still negotiating, they do not plan to retaliate. So we'll see if these other two countries end up wisening up a little bit. 10-year treasury here, 4.38 to 2-year at 3.88. And then some insights from some of our analysts here as the trade-related tussle evolves with U.S. trading partners. Louis Navellier of Navellier and Associates says, quote, "There is no doubt that the tariffs the Trump administration are imposing are controversial." Boy, all you need to do is join this show for 5 minutes to learn that. Are controversial, but the countries that cooperate with the U.S., like Austria and Britain, are only being hit with 10% baseline tariffs, which should largely be offset by application or by appreciation, in the U.S. dollar in the upcoming months. Highlighting that the tariff revenue to the U.S. Treasury soared to $24.2 billion in May and is now expected to soar to $60 billion or higher per month in the upcoming months. He added, quote, "I remain in the camp that when all the dust settles, there will be freer trade with fewer tariffs since many countries cannot fight the U.S., end quote. And this is what we've been thinking really from the beginning, at least I have. Quote, "Markets appear to have become desensitized to tariff news." That comes from Michelle Gibley, Director of International Research at the Schwab Center for Financial Research. Quote, "There may be some thought that the rates announced won't be the final tariffs. Some of these figures seem random and part of negotiation." Who would have thought? Meanwhile, Ed Yardeni of Yardeni Research highlighted that the Warren Buffett indicator hit an alarming valuation, indicating the potential overvalued market. But the U.S. economy has demonstrated remarkable resilience. You know, they were talking about the resilience of the market earlier on CNBC and really kind of citing extreme resilience going all the way back to COVID. So it has been resilient, and it's been like that for some time. He pointed out a fascinating paradox. Quote, the economy won't let us down despite numerous crises. Real GDP has remained recession resistant since the COVID lockdown during the first half of 2020. He emphasized nearly 6 years without a recession despite significant global challenges such as the pandemic, the conflict in Ukraine, stricter monetary policies, the Middle East war, and economic disruption caused by the tariffs. Indeed, Yardeni argues, quote, it's really been a roaring 2020s so far. Real GDP is at record high, and so is the stock market. And indeed, that's what we've seen here. S&P futures now ticking up off of the bottom. They were down, they're still down 0.5% here, but they have moved off of the lows. Let's talk a little bit about Bitcoin. We'll actually, you know what? Let's actually start with the Bitcoin chart here. And you know what else I'll do, Josh? We'll tie in that ARB. I'm not going to be able to give you a really great breakdown on anything other than the chart, though, because I'm not familiar with it. So if any of you folks have stuff on this that you think is valuable, would love to hear it. Share it with the group here. Here's your Bitcoin chart. Now, I got to be honest with you. I don't care what you chart, whether you chart prices from a video game on something or stocks or crypto or futures or whatever it is. This chart looks pretty awesome here. Clearly in an uptrend. We have some pretty huge pullbacks that often result in higher moves. Now, it looks like we've really kind of broken out of this last move and we're shooting higher here. I got a next target here, 128,000. We'll see how long it takes to get there. Bitcoin chart, absolutely rocking this thing, moving to the highs. You guys were also talking about Ethereum. So we can take a look at that too. Don't have a whole lot of charting here other than the $4,000 high that we already have a call that is going to here today. Zach, I know the drone news. Don't you dare think that I was not going to mention that here today. So here's your Ethereum chart. This too, very much like Bitcoin, actually looks like it's breaking out, although there's still quite a bit of room to run here from Ethereum. I will say that it's likely to get some resistance here at this 32,000. We might even peak above, and if we do peak above, it would be ideal to hold that. I think that would actually set up a springboard to that $4,000 price that you folks are talking about here. So Ethereum also rocking. Now, Josh, you wanted to take a look at ARB. So this is Arbitrum. So, okay. So the first thing that I would say here, I think that this candle baloney? I would imagine it is. Let's just remove it here so we can actually do some analysis on this. So this is really kind of sold off. And I guess what you're saying here is that there's a ton of utility for this. There's a lot of really good stuff that this crypto can do. You'll have to fill me in on that. As far as the chart goes, it actually does look like we're kind of basing here, right? Looks like we've really kind of had a couple of attempts to move higher, rediscovered some lows, and now it sure looks like this double bottom here might tell us that the lows are in. So looking at the 200-day moving average here, it's 44 cents. The current price is 42 cents. I would imagine a move above this, a close above this, just like we see in stocks, would be pretty bullish. Correct me if I'm wrong on this, but to me, it sure looks like we have a bottom formed, a near-term bottom formed, and we're trying to trade up off of that bottom. I'd love to see some of these moving averages get captured. It also looks to me, next here on the chart, 69.70 cents. Might be a potential resistance area there. So again, if you have day trader, Josh, anyone that's into crypto, really, if you guys have anything that really kind of sets ARB apart from its peers, let us know. Let us know. And you've actually given me something to do some homework on too. So that's pretty cool. Now, let me go back to the actual story here. Bitcoin breaches 118K, but these Bitcoin mining firms are still priced like it's 58K. So do we have a potential catch-up trade here in some of these miners? Bitcoin hit a fresh high of 118,403 per coin on Friday. That's up 106% in the last year. Every time that I read eye-popping numbers like that, I just go back into my memory bank and I listen to all of those people since 2016 that said, Ryan, Bitcoin is a scam. Bitcoin is fraud. It's going to zero. You're stupid for investing. And I just let that play. I just let that play, and it makes me smile. Anyway, Eric Jackson, the founder and president of EMJ Capital, highlighted in an X post that there was something that investors were missing. He said that Bitcoin miners IREN, that's ticker IREN, which we've traded and looked at here quite a bit, and also Cipher Mining, ticker CIFR, another one that's a common makes common appearances on the show, are priced like Bitcoin is 58K. Let me know if any of you folks agree with this, just right off the bat. Jackson also pointed out a pattern where after a Bitcoin price rally, the miners usually lag and then ultimately explode. Now, this is great for our trading purposes because this basically gives us, hey, this is what you watch, and when you see this, you should look for this. So pretty sweet. If this is something that we can reliably backtest, or if this is something that's going to continue to happen, this actually makes for some pretty good trades. I know some of you asked, I think it was Ryan there, you asked about an ARB ETF. That's a great question. I know some of you that don't trade crypto on either Binance or Coinbase or whatever crypto exchange you have, in the Robinhood maybe trying to trade some of these crypto moves through ETFs, which I don't think is a bad idea at all. Let me know if there is a ETF for this. I'm not familiar with that. But anyway, let's keep rolling through here. There is potential in these two firms, as Jackson underscores 3 points in their favor. IREN and CIFR have been cutting costs, increasing their exahashes per second, and making a massive move into AI and high-performance computing out of their Bitcoin cash flow. Now, all three of these things seem like ideal catalysts to move these things higher. So if this is all true and they continue to execute on this, is definitely bullish here for these. The market hasn't caught up yet. I'm long. So there you go. Bringing up some good points here, but obviously this person is already long, trying to take advantage of that. Let's see. This is what it looks like we've seen this before. Bitcoin breaks out, miners lag, then the miners catch up. That's the trade this gentleman's trying to capture here. Jackson has been bullish on IREN for a while. He's pointed out that in June, he was expecting the stock to soar to over 100 apiece in the next 18 months. Apart from this, commentary by the analytics team of TeraHash, shared with Benzinga, pointed out that despite a 3% drop in Bitcoin network's hash rate, daily miner revenues soared to approximately 55,300 per exahash per second. That's EH/S, one of the highest profitability levels this year. The shift was driven by strategic adaptation. Some miners pursue high-performance computing for AI, while others leverage operational flexibility. A less visible group profit from the grid curtailment, hash rate hedging, and leasing idle capacity. TeraHash models show miners integrating grid programs and derivatives could sustain margins despite rising difficulty. So interesting. Now the rankings here for these, not great. They do have a high momentum rating, and all of their price trends, short, medium, and long term, in the positive direction. So you folks let me know if there's more legs on all of this. Let me know if there's more legs to any of this trade, and we'll see if we can trade any of these. Let's see. What did I miss here? I see resistance at 50, says Josh. Okay, sweet. Let's see, what else do we have? It's the layer 2 for choice for hood. But is about 30 stocks currently that are tradable, 24.5 on ARB. Okay. Yeah, and thank you for all this information, because this is not stuff that I follow here. Okay, awesome. Maybe IREN could be another takeout target for cores. I don't know. What would be the catalyst there? Okay. You're saying there is no ARB ETF. Okay. It's layer 2 on each. So also very bullish due to the stable coins operating and the growth on Ethereum, but there's no ETF for that. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for all of that information there. Okay. Mara, Riot, and Coin, we can probably just add those there. I would imagine we'll probably take a look at these at some point today if we don't get through them here in the morning. But let's keep rolling here. I do want to talk about these defense names and the drone thing, because that's the other big story from overnight. Forget tech. Trump just made defense the hottest trade on Wall Street. This comes from our writer Piero, who's pretty awesome. In the first half of 2025, iShares U.S. Aerospace and Defense ETF, that's ticker ITA. This is the one that trades at probably the highest volume. I know some of you folks that like to trade shorter term probably use the levered DFEN, but ITA here, the one that trades in the highest volume, surged 25%, marking the fund's best half-year performance since inception. That's a 20 percentage point outperformance over the Vanguard SPY 500 ETF, that's VOO, and 17 points above the tech-heavy Invest QQQ. But the blowout mainly occurred in the second quarter. The ITA ETF surged 23.2% between April and June, the best quarter ever, outpacing NASDAQ's sharpest rally since 2023 by 5%. Crucially, it isn't just momentum chasing. Investors have committed capital, with ITA notching 10 straight weeks of inflows through July 10, the longest stretch since 2023. Among ITA's top holdings, 9 of the top 10 are firmly in the green for the year as of July 10th, with only Lockheed Martin trailing. Lockheed Martin could very easily play catch up there. So here's just a quick look at this. If you folks want the story to go over this yourself, I'll throw it here in the chat. But basically, we've got GE, RTX, BA, GD, TDG, HWM, LHX, NOC, Axon, and LMT. We talk a lot about these here. Biggest year-to-date return in that entire list in there is going to be HWM, Howmet Aerospace. Let me know if anyone trades that. I've never traded that myself. This rally in defense stocks isn't just about earnings. It's about Washington's policy, geopolitical risks, and budget flows. Following years of underinvestment, Trump's return to the White House has kicked off a rearmament cycle. On July 4th, Trump signed the big, beautiful bill unlocking $156.2 billion in targeted defense funding, the Pentagon's biggest budget infusion in over a decade. 29.2 for shipbuilding, which we've talked about quite a bit here. 13's been on that as catalyst. 24.4 billion for integrated air and missile defense, the Golden Dome initiative. That's something that's been making the news cycle. 25.4 billion for munitions and supply chain resilience. Yeah, you need to be able to give your troops ammo, obviously. 16 billion for low-cost weapon scaling, 8.6 billion for air superiority projects, and 10.8 billion for nuclear force upgrades. So good stuff there. Now, the drone stuff that we were talking about, drone stocks fly as Defense Secretary fast tracks drone production and deployment. So I said this yesterday when this news headline came after the market closed yesterday, and my just really simple response to this: thanks, Pete. Thanks, Pete. Drone stocks are taking off after hours Thursday after Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth issued new orders to fast-track drone manufacturing and deployment. A video posted on X after the market closed on Thursday, Hegseth announced he was signing memos to rescind restrictive policies regarding drone production and deployment. The memos, which are being shared by various accounts across social platforms, state that Hegseth plans to delegate authorities to produce and operate drones deemed vital technology. Quote, lethality will not be hindered by self-imposed restrictions, especially when it comes to harnessing technologies we've invented but we're slow to pursue. Drone technology is advancing so rapidly, our major risk is risk avoidance. The department's bureaucratic gloves are coming off, end quote. That should affect a whole host of stocks, and pretty much all of these are familiar to our group here. First one there is going to be RCAT. That's actually having the best pre-market performance here today. At the time of this writing, it was up. Let's see, what are we up now in RCAT? Are we still up? Yeah, looks like we're up 15% there. Aero Environment, AV, that's your best in breed drone player, the expensive one. Unusual Machines, ticker UMAC. AG Eagle Aerial Systems, ticker UAVS. Ondas Holdings, ticker ONDS. And Kratos Defense and Security Solutions, KTOS. All of those trading higher here today and actually holding higher in the pre-market. So I would be entirely unsurprised if we saw drone makers move here today again. I actually wouldn't be surprised if we see it in both directions here today. I don't just think this is going to be a straight up thing. So we'll be careful and make sure that we trade these. Use your technicals on it. News comes after President Trump signed executive orders in June aimed at strengthening domestic drone production and securing American airspace. The orders said the U.S. was enabling routine beyond line-of-sight operations to empower the domestic drone economy and addressing growth threats of foreign misuse of drones inside U.S. airspace. Okay. So that's the drone plays. They are likely to be in play here today. We just gave you the list there. Pick your favorite. Obviously, I'm watching ONDS for obvious reasons, but there are plenty of others out there that might be good. And they might, I don't know that this is going to be kind of a one-day thing. I would imagine that this type of catalyst, especially if we have follow-up headlines that are related to this at all, you're likely to see a multi-day move in some of these names. So pretty awesome stuff there. Brandy said, I sold my Ondas and looking to get back in. Brandy, that must mean that you sold it at a gain, I would assume, because I think you've been trading that. Pretty awesome. And I like the secondary plan there. You're looking for a price to get back in. Don't chase this news. If you're positioned and you want to trade around it, giddy up, but don't necessarily chase the news. Use your technicals and make smart entries on that. I think that's really bright. Okay, I just talked about the Warren Buffett indicator. Let me just get that here real quick out of the way. Warren Buffett indicator soars to 208%, surpassing the .com 2008 levels. Now, for those of you that might not be familiar, the Warren Buffett indicator is the total market cap of the company divided by the GDP. And that's what we're talking about here. This figure, according to long-term trends, is calculated using the S&P 500 and the broader Wilshire 5000's index's capitalization, significantly surpasses levels seen before major market corrections. It was around 140% before the 2000 .com bubble crash and 110% before the 2008 financial crisis. Oh my gosh, it's at 208%. We must be in for a huge move down, right? We'll see. Despite this alarming valuation indicating a potentially overvalued market, the U.S. economy has demonstrated remarkable resilience, as we just covered there. I did some of these quotes here from Yardeni, so I'm going to skip them here. Just robust company. Yardeni sees plenty of visibility in the quarterly Buffett ratio. He also notes that a useful weekly proxy for the Buffett ratio, the S&P 500 stock price index divided by the S&P 500's forward revenues per share, rose to 3.03 during the July 9 week, matching the record high just before the latest correction started on February 19th. The divergence between sentiment and market valuation, as reflected in the soaring Buffett indicator, raises a critical question. Is the economy truly roaring into the 2020s, or is the market simply exhibiting an unsustainable exuberance that could lead to a significant correction? Yesterday, I joked about some of the news really favoring what day trader has been saying to us. This one, to me, this feels like it was written for our friend Lion Atlas. Lion's been saying, sell every pop here. It looks like that's kind of what this is saying. I'll leave you to make your own decisions. The historical context of the Buffett indicator clearly suggests caution, yet Yardeni's analysis points to underlying economic strength that defies conventional expectations. You don't say. You don't say. Okay, now, this next story here, I'm not going to really cover it a whole lot. I'm just going to preview it because the story was the stock of the day by Mark Petrino. And this was on Apple here. So let's just ask him. Let's go ahead and bring Mark Petrino on and see what he has to say about it. Good morning, Mark. How you doing here today? We missed you last Friday. How was your 4th of July?
Oh, it was it was good. Pretty quiet. Didn't really do much, just hung around.
You got all 10 fingers, right? You got all 10? You didn't blow anything off? You didn't pull a Najee Harris and get a superficial eye injury?
No. We got some lame fireworks. I don't know. I used to go out to Pennsylvania every year and bring home fireworks, and they have really good stuff out there. But in Connecticut, where I live, it's all pretty lame.
That's relatable to me. I live in Illinois. You can't have anything outside of a sparkler, and but all you have to do is drive to Wisconsin or Indiana, and the world is your oyster for fireworks. Now that I've grown up a little bit, I watch other people spend money and blow them up as opposed to doing it myself. But nonetheless, had a great holiday. Hope that you did as well. So, okay. I kind of led you here with your stock of the day on Apple. Do you want to share your charts and talk about that at all?
Yeah,
we can also go over other stocks, but figured this one's kind of been in the news recently. Maybe we should take a look at that. Boop.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Well, all I was really saying about Apple is that it hasn't really participated. NVIDIA, Microsoft, these guys are at all-time highs. But Apple has really kind of been a laggard. It is roughly, I don't know, about 22-23% from its all-time high. But it's still a very big stock. It's still important. It's still 1/8 of the technology sector. So it's at a level that had been resistance before, right? To around 213. And so when a market's going higher, there's just not enough supply, right? There's more shares to be bought than there are to be sold. So the buyers have no choice but to outbid each other and cut ahead of each other. And that puts us into a uptrend. Now, for some reason, when we get up to around 213, that's where the sellers decided to come out of the woodwork. The buyers could buy all the shares they wanted to. They didn't have to worry about pushing the price up. Now, sometimes, as you can see here, after we get to resistance, we sell off. And this is because resistance is a large group of sellers. It could be traders, it could be investors. There's just a lot of people who want to sell around this 213 level. So some of them start to get worried. They know that the buyers are going to go to whoever is willing to sell at the lowest price. So someone might say, I don't want to miss this. I'm going to go from 213 to 212. Next person might say that person's going to 212. Well, I'm going to drop to 211. And then you get the trend changes. Now, all of a sudden, there's more shares for sale than there are to be bought. And the sellers got to undercut each other to push this. And that makes the stock go lower. So we return up to 213 and you get to resistance again. And that's because we have people who bought here trying to sell here. People bought here and then the next day they're losing money. So a lot of them tell themselves, gee, if this gets back to my level and I can sell and get out at break even, I'm going to. So if you have enough remorseful buyers placing sell orders, the resistance can become resistance. So once again, we've run into resistance at this 213 level. It's the same dynamic, remorseful buyers from here placing the sell orders here. So if we start to go lower here, I just think that's going to put a little bit of pressure on, it would undoubtedly put some pressure on the sector. And we're pretty much due for some profit taking. This is the sector ETF, XLK. It's just kind of been going sideways. And if we look at Microsoft, and I got to tell you, man, every day I see stocks that are just like, there's just some incredible stuff going on. I mean, these breakouts are everywhere. It's really kind of, I don't remember anything like it. And I've been doing this for 30 years. But anyway, so there's Microsoft, kind of going sideways. So I think there's going to be some profit taken in these guys pretty soon. One of the things I want to show you about pretty interesting with NVIDIA is, there are people out there that say that like reading charts is like astrology and there's no predictor value. And those people don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Take that.
Yeah, really. Totally, man. Well, they're just looking at the wrong stuff. Think about this, right? Let's put on our guru, we're all market guru, former hedge fund trader guys. Right back here, well, we can see this resistance, right? So back here on this day, January 7th, the opening trade was 153.01. On this day here, July 2nd, the opening trade was 152.98. So $150 stock, $4 trillion market cap, trades 200 million shares a day, millions of people all over the world, different strategies, everything from your retail guy with $5,000 to your multi-billion-dollar quantitative high-frequency hedge fund. And somehow we get this amazing preciseness of finding precise levels literally within pennies of each other months and months later. So the high trade here, was that high? 152.85. So that high trade there was within pennies. So it's really an amazing thing. And when we look at trading, we're really not doing finance or accounting or math. What it is psychology, right? It's more like a poker game. It's not like a chess game. And we can see these principles in pretty much any chart we look at, right? Here's resistance. The resistance eventually breaks. And at this point, the buyer, some of the people who sold experience seller's remorse. And they say, if I could get this back at the same price I sold it at, I'm going to. So remorseful sellers placing buy orders can make the level that was resistance convert into a support level. A lot of people ask me when something breaks out, like, how do you know it's a real breakout or how do you know it's a fake breakout? Or a false breakout, or what they used to call a bear trap. And unfortunately, it just takes a little bit of patience. But if you see this conversion of what was resistance converts into support, that tends to set the stage for the next move higher, like it did here and like it did here and like it even did here, right? The resistance became support. So pretty wild stuff. But I think that people take this stuff for granted because most people that do it are what my experience has been that most people that are do look at charts, they really don't know what to look for. They look for patterns, but they don't really understand like what the pattern means. Like I'll give you an example, right? Here are two classic what we would call bearish engulfing patterns, which are, as you can tell by the name, bearish. So so this would be one, this would be another. Let's just think about what this is showing us. Who cares about the name, right? You're not going to make, no one's going to pay you money to give you, if you can name it. But if you can understand the dynamics, that's going to help your trading. So the blue team is in charge here, right? Blue team's pushing the ball up the field. And on this particular day, you would have said, gee, it's going to be another up day. In the morning, the opening price was higher than the prior day's close. Well, what happened by the close of this day? The sellers overpower the buyers and push it all the way back down. So most volume trades on the open and the close. So there was some support there from the prior day, but the sellers just blew right through it. And that showed you that the trend was changing. Same thing happens here. On this particular day, you would have thought, gee, it's going to be another up day in the morning. The opening price was higher than the prior day's close. But by the close, what happened? The sellers pushed it all the way back down. And that showed you that the sellers just took control. So it's not about knowing the names of the patterns. It's about just understanding why the patterns form. And at that, when you can do that, that's when it can really help your trading. So anyway, that's my
Okay. I got one quick follow-up question on the Apple chart that we started with, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
I wanted to ask you about something because I've had this discussion with several folks, and there seems to be people on both sides of the aisle, if you will, on this discussion. If you can go to that current price action where you have that horizontal line there at 212.5, the way I look at stuff like this is that when there's a this level to me jumps off the page. It seems very, very clear to me. When you have a level like this and the stock price bangs against that level or tests that level multiple times, do you feel that the more it tests that, the more likely it is to move through that? Or do you feel the opposite way? Because we seem to have a debate on that.
Both.
There. Okay. So that's you would make a pretty decent politician there being able to ride the fence like that.
Yeah. Right. But I mean, you just don't know. I mean, I don't know. You just got to wait and react. I mean, the argument is right that there's this large group of sellers,
and they get
every
chipped
time
away at.
You get there, some of those sellers start to finish up, so it diminishes the amount of resistance.
The other thing here that caused me to lead to ask this question in particular with Apple is that it does look like we have some higher lows on there. Now, I understand that red candle from May and then that blue candle from June that have a bottom at the same spot, those are not higher lows. But when you get to where you just drew that arrow, to me, it sure looks like the momentum is telling us that we want to go higher here. Day trader here saying it depends on the asset. Well, some of the other tech stocks that are peers to this have been running. Mark, you started this by saying this might be a potential catch up here as this is still down. So to me, it just looks like this wants to, at minimum, test higher and has a chance to kind of break that resistance level. But
one of the things I'd like to point out, and that I talk to a lot of my students about, is you have to look in different parts of the market. People get myopically focused on technology. This is the sectors for the past year. So technology is up 9.5%. That's pretty good. Industrials are up 22.6. Utilities are up 18.3. So utilities have been kicking technology's ass, as have industrials, as has financials, as have communication services. So people get really focused on technology because that's all the media talks about pretty much. But there are other things going on. I mean, I think there's some pretty bullish action in Boeing. We're breaking out here, getting into price levels that we had gap through on the way down. So one of the things that causes resistance is remorseful buyers trying to sell. Right? People buy, and then when they can finally get out of break even, they try to sell. Well, in a situation like this with Boeing, where you gap down, if you gap, that means you close there and you open there. There's no trading. So if there's no trading, there's no one who bought who's going to be trying to sell on the way back up. So there may be, so when we talk about the expression gaps tend to refill, that's what we're referring to. If there was no trading there, there's just going to be very little interest amongst traders and investors. So when the buyers get into those price levels, they're going to have a hard time finding sellers, and they're going to have to really be willing to jack the price up. And that causes us to trend higher. So then I suspect we'll get some resistance around here, which was the bottom here. So people who bought here are going to finally be trying to sell to get out at break even over here. But anyway, I mean, that looks good. Caterpillar is on the verge of a breakout here. I mean, so we can see the real clear resistance, right? So sometimes we get to resistance and we roll over, but sometimes the buyers eventually overpower the sellers and the price moves higher, and we call that a breakout. So resistance is a large group of sellers. If we get above that, we can infer that those sellers are out of the way. They might have canceled their orders or they might have finished their orders. But regardless, when you take a large amount of supply off of a market, regardless of what the market is, when the demand comes in or the buyers come in, they're going to have to really be aggressive. Now, the traditional technical analysis way of looking at this is that this line here is at, let's call it 406.50. Maybe there's people that wanted to sell at 407 or 408 or 409, but they see, oh, the last time we got to there, 406.50, we rolled over. So I better reduce the price that I'm willing to sell at. So the people that would have been selling up in here reduce their orders to here. And that means there's like an air pocket of sell orders up here. So when the resistance breaks, a lot of times you can make a pretty rapid move higher. So there's a lot of really pretty amazing action going on in the markets. I mean, at some point there's going to be some profit taking. I don't know when that's going to be. It doesn't look like it's going to be today. One of the things that we've had some really good success with that I've written about in the stock of the day was there's some of these for those of you who trade options. I mean, you can't really do it if you're not an options trader, but when something goes into a short squeeze, and this is Big Bear.
Yep.
Right.
This is actually on our list of stocks that folks wanted to review, so you couldn't have done this any better, frankly.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going lower, right? Because this is a typical short squeeze here. Big Bear has a really high short interest. Now, when someone
that
wants
really
to
quickly, Mark, that short interest, by the way, 35.15% of the float shorted.
Yeah, I mean, that's massive.
As of the last reading. Only one day to cover, though, because the stock trades a lot, but still massive, massive short interest in terms of percent of float.
Well, when they talk about one day to cover, that assumes you bought 100% of the volume, which no one can do. It's probably in real life, it'd probably take like 10 days to cover it. But anyway, yeah. So what happens when people short things is they borrow the shares from someone and then they sell them. And the idea is that in the future, they're going to be able to buy them back at a lower price and then return the shares and then keep the difference. Well, sometimes you get something like this where whatever reason, I don't know what the catalyst was, but for some reason, this thing really started to take off and the shorts start to freak out because remember, as the price moves higher, they start to lose more and more money. So they start to panic. Now, the short squeeze climaxes, the traditional short squeeze climaxes, when the people who lent the shares out saw how high the price has gotten and they decide to sell. So the people that are short have no choice but to go into the market and just buy the shares at whatever price they can. They're forced to. Now, this is where it gets interesting. When the short squeeze ends, the stocks have a really good tendency to collapse. This thing fell 60%. So I think the same thing is going on here, right? We had the short squeeze on the upside. You can see the really kind of negative action, price action. Now, when we talk about our patterns, right? I mean, maybe this has a name, maybe it doesn't, but that's not the point. On this particular day, on Tuesday, the opening was higher than the prior couple days. It looked like it was going to be another up day, but we got all the way up to there. And then by the close, we were all the way back down there. So the sellers totally overpowered the buyers in one day. And this is the bearish engulfing pattern. We've engulfed the trading over here. This day here was really weak, opened here, closed here, down. And now we're down another 2.1%. So I mean, I'm not giving any recommendations, but I will say that I did buy some puts on this. And one of the things that we talked about a month or two ago was the short squeeze and sun run. And now this, I believe, is in another short squeeze. So we go into this parabolic move, and then when the short squeeze comes undone, we drop 50%. Go into a parabolic move, and when that becomes undone, we drop 40%. So now I'm kind of expecting the same action. I haven't done anything yet, but you know, you can buy some out of the money puts real cheap, and if you get one of these
Yeah.
things, you can pretty much can really do well, man. So it's another thing I've been writing about and just watching a lot. So you can
Okay.
get the short interest on BZ Pro.
Let's say that one more time.
I said you can get the short interest
Yep.
on BZ Pro. For
And
those of you who are,
furthermore, in addition to being able to view the short interest, you can actually use the scanner to scan for stocks that meet specific requirements, short interest or otherwise. So you might actually be able to find more plays using that. That data is really, really important. Okay, two quick questions here and one comment. First of all, Wiz says, "Good morning. Hope everyone is making profits. We're doing good, man. I'm in Myrtle Beach for the next 10 days playing some golf." So, Mark, I don't know about you, but now I'm jealous of one of our viewers who's A, on vacation, and B, on a golf vacation.
well,
Wes,
do they have a guest room?
Wes, do you have a guest room? That's not a bad question, Mark. Wes, also, what courses are you playing? Tidewater? Let me know what courses you're playing out there. Now, as far as the questions here, we're going to go with the first non-stock question because I think he was trying to get a laugh. Mark, how long do you plan to sit at your computer to require a gallon jug of water?
Oh, well, water is a rare commodity in my house because we have a well, so I don't like to drink the water. And my daughters end up taking all the bottled water into their room. So I'm
So
not hungover. I might be tomorrow, but I'm not today.
that's good. Well, there you go. Dad putting his family first is the answer there, Crimp Biscuit. Now, the serious stock question here. Quantum was asking, how do you know it was a short squeeze? Quantum then said, thanks. Did you get your answer, Quantum? I think one of the things that we explained is it's just because of the high short interest and you started to notice a parabolic move. Is that fair?
I mean, there's really no way to prove that this was a short squeeze, but just from my experience, when you see something like this, a parabolic move, and there's no news driving it, it's either a short squeeze or someone in some chat room somewhere is hyping it up.
Right.
And in each of those cases, there's about a 95% chance that it just comes right back to earth because if there's no real news, how can a stock sustain a 75% gain in 2 weeks? I mean, unless the company found gold and buried behind one of their factories or something, there's no way that the valuation of the company can increase that much. So I would just say, just by experience, when I see something like that, and the fact that you have 36% short interest is oh, actually that was Big Bear. The fact that
Yeah.
you're short
Do you want me to
interest,
pull it? Yeah, I can pull it on run here real quick if you want.
yeah, probably in the 30s still.
Yeah, let's do that here. Run, short interest. As of the last read, Mark, you hit it right on the head. 31.44%. This one, 2.85 days to cover. So this, I would say, actually has more conducive short interest than Big Bear did.
Yeah, and First Solar was also a short squeeze.
Big B's here saying regarding the short squeeze question, usually price movement, no news, float, and short interest combined. Big B's, I would agree with all of that.
Yeah. It's it's like the Supreme Court says about pornography. Like they can't define it, but you know it if you see it.
Yeah.
And when you see something like that, so this was, I mean, these were the solar stocks. So a lot of people were probably short these because of the new administration is not going to have the green energy policies that
Mhm.
were giving all these guys subsidies and so forth. So people got really short. And yeah. So anyway, I think that Big Bear is going to continue to come down. And one of the things we have to remember, and sometimes retail traders forget this, and I guess even institutional traders sometimes, most trading, right? Like 95%, 90 to 95%, which on this particular stock trades 170 million a day. So we're talking, 150, 160 million of that is just traders, whether it's day traders or swing traders or high frequency trading in the institutional world. Right? And short-term traders don't care about fundamentals. So it doesn't matter where this company is going to be in 2 years or 5 years, or what the earnings are, or what the margins are. When a really good company, and I'm assuming this is a really good company, I really don't know anything about it, but when a really good company goes into a short squeeze, well, there's a good chance the stock drops 60 or 70% when it's over. So
Well, you
it's
know, one more thing, just contextually here for Big Bear. When we were seeing the massive move in Palantir, there were several. I don't even know if they're going to be, I want to call them reputable, but there were a bunch of people drawing comparisons from Big Bear to Palantir, saying that this might be the next Palantir. And I almost wonder if that type of rhetoric drew more people in and then makes these short squeezes more effective.
yeah, it could be. It could be because it's a very popular stock. A lot of people are watching it. It's not something that's off the beaten path here. So I think that could have something to do with it.
Okay.
But the bottom line is, we have to remember markets are driven by emotion and psychology. This is, like I said before, this isn't finance. This is about understanding the psychology of this stuff and the supply and demand. Now, if we look at the candlestick patterns, like I said, I don't know if any of these patterns have a name. Well, that's, I guess, your bearish engulfing pattern. But just think about it in terms of like a football game, right? The blue team is bringing the ball up the field, and then there's like the goal line stance. It looks like the blue team is going to have a touchdown, but the guy in the end zone drops it. And then all of a sudden, the tide turns, and now the red team is taken over. So you could just see think about what this price action shows us. Is the leadership changing from the blue team to the red team? And to me, it looks like it is. So
Yeah, it
now
sure
this
does.
morning
From
we're
this
down below
chart,
70.
it sure does. It sure does. All right, I got a couple more you want to go through. Is that all right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So
Fire
we
away.
saw a huge move here in Bitcoin that I believe is actually still going. Let me see where the Bitcoin futures chart is at. It backed off its high for a little bit, but it's still much higher. The question here is on some of the miners, Mara, Riot, and Coinbase. Coinbase not a miner, but some of these miners have really, really moved. And we just covered an article that some of these miners actually might be lagging behind the price of Bitcoin. So I'm curious as to what you see in both the Bitcoin chart as well as some of those miners.
Wow, this is pretty it's a pretty serious breakout here.
Yeah.
But this is what we were just talking about, right? We get resistance at the former resistance level. Sometimes the buyers eventually overpower the sellers, and we move up into that air pocket that had formed just above the resistance. I don't think I would buy it here. It looks a little overbought. But just like we saw before, a lot of times things that were levels that were resistance can become support. So I would suspect that there's going to be some profit taken here. And then if it gets down to like around 112 or whatever, 111, that's where I would probably get interested. But this is, I mean, if you look at the RSI, you can see that this is extremely overbought. Now let's just take a look at the Bollinger Bands, see what they look like. A lot of people, I think, newer traders use too many indicators. And my advice is to just maybe pick two or three and get really familiar with them. Because if you look at these technical indicators here, like pretty much 80% of these are just different ways of measuring the same thing, which is momentum. So if you have 6 or 7 different momentum indicators on your screen, I think you're just going to get confused.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
All right, so we got
Mara, M-A-R. Oh, sorry. I thought you were ready for another stock.
No, I just wanted to point out that so this red line here, this Bollinger Band, is 2 standard deviations above the 20-day moving average. 95% of trading is supposed to be within 2 standard deviations of the mean. So we've exceeded that to the upside. So that just shows we're really overbought. And that's probably going to draw some sellers into the market.
Mark, are you a believer that when those Bollinger Bands compress on the daily, that's indicative of a move either up or down that's coming?
Yeah, it's like a spring, things don't go sideways forever. So
right.
when they do start to go sideways, the band's really narrow. And the only guarantee on Wall Street is that the trend is going to change at some point. It's not going to go sideways forever. Sooner or later, it's going to go up or down.
So let's take a look at Mara. In the meantime, here we've talked a lot about indicators before. Quantum is asking Mark, which indicators do you use? Now I know we just talked about Bollinger Bands there, but do you have a group of favorite ones?
Yeah, I like the Bollinger Bands. I like RSI, and there's like, there are stochastics and moving average convergence divergence, and I don't use those, but it doesn't mean that they're not good. I just have happened to use these things for a long time. So it's just a matter of comfort, and it's just a matter of understanding. They all have nuances. None of them are perfect. But there's an indicator I like to use, which is really effective. That not a lot of people use it. It's called the Fisher transform, and this is a momentum indicator. And it's kind of funny. I saw this guy named Mark Fisher, who's this really good trader, and he's a guy that really gets it because he's like a real life trader. So anyway, I was just kind of snooping around one day, and I saw, oh, look at that. I wonder if that Mark Fisher, came up with this indicator. Turns out he had nothing to do with it, but it was just a coincidence, and that's why I came across it. And basically, the idea here is that you wait for the lines to get to an extreme on the upside or on the downside. I'll make this a little bit easier to see here. And you might look at something like this and say, all right, well, if we get a crossover whenever we're above this line, that's a sell. And if we get a crossover whenever we're below this line, that's a buy. So it's a pretty effective indicator. Now, remember, just like most indicators, it comes with default settings. So you can mess around maybe for your particular stock. There's a setting that might work a little bit better. Usually the defaults are pretty good. Um, I like to use DeMark stuff too, which I don't know if I don't think you can get it on here unless
Probably in the
someone,
community tab.
yeah, someone probably would put it in here. Let's see, DeMark. Yeah,
Nope.
I guess no one's put it in. I think I have it in here though. Let me see real quick. Yeah, so Tom DeMark is like this like genius dude. I met him when I worked at SAC, and he did a lot of work for Steve Cohen, and he did a lot of work for Paul Tudor Jones,
Hmm.
and basically he builds trading models. Like that's his thing. And yeah, I used to have it on here, but you know what? I think maybe whoever put it in there in the community took it off. But anyway, if you can come across DeMark stuff, it's definitely worth looking at. Let me just try one more thing here. Maybe it's on this one. And the answer is, oh, okay, yeah. So one of the things that he does is he has these models. Wow, look at all this stuff, man. Jeez. Um, and just a real basic, just starting point, just to really kind of talk about it, is if you get 9 days in a row where the close is higher than the close 4 days prior, that's a sell signal. So this one worked out really well. And what's amazing about DeMark is when he came up with all this stuff, it was in the 70s. Like he wasn't using computers. And on the opposite side, if you get 9 days in a row where the close is lower than the close 4 days prior, it's a buy signal. So that one there would have worked really well too. So sell, buy. Here, that would have been a sell signal. So of course that one didn't work. But yeah, I like using DeMark stuff. I mean, it can get really, really, really complicated. This is really just the most basic, is to look for those nines. Let's see what that
And
one
I
says.
was going to say, of all of the indicators that you and I have looked at here together, this one's probably the most complicated. So to your point about not using too much here, to me, I see two here. I see RSI and DeMark, and in some of the other ones, it's RSI and maybe one other indicator. It seems like you don't overuse them.
No. Look at this though. I haven't looked at this in a while, but here's the S&P. So remember, 9 days in a row where the close is higher than the close 4 days prior. So there's your sell signal. That was a good one. That got up to 8, but that got up to 9. There's your sell signal. So that was a good one. And guess what? We just got a 9. So that would be a sell signal. So so this is really just a fancy momentum indicator. Like RSI is like a basic momentum indicator,
Yeah.
but you can see in a situation like this, they agree. RSI is indicating overbought conditions, and that occurs right when we get the 9. And I mean, that's pretty much it. Every now and then, if I'm bored, I'll just screw around and I'll just start looking at some of these other things. There's this thing called the Williams something or another.
Williams percent R. Yeah.
Williams fractals that I used to look at. So when you get these green rectangles, or sorry, these green triangles, those are your signals.
And actually, it looks like that's lining up pretty well too, to be honest.
What's that?
It looks like that's lining up pretty well too with the DeMarc numbers that you have on there.
Yeah. Again, these are just different ways of measuring the same thing. So my advice to people is just pick maybe 2 or 3 of them and get really good or get really comfortable with them. I see sometimes newer traders that literally have like 6 or 7 of these indicators on their screens. And to me, it's just, you can't even read it. I don't even know what they're looking at.
And sometimes, these indicators will kind of invalidate another, right? One will be saying one signal, another will be saying a different. They kind of contradict each other.
That's why it's an art and not science.
Yeah. All right, Mark, you got anything else for us? You ready to hit your weekend?
Yeah, I'll get one more. I got a 9 o'clock meeting, but if anyone has one more question, I can answer it.
Well, I think it was just charts. We can go over that Mara real quick. We kind of broke away from that and started talking about indicators instead. But if you want to, let's break down the Mara chart. We'll go into the weekend with that.
All right. I mean, I don't know if I would buy it here because like I said, I think Bitcoin is overbought. It's really overbought. It will probably come in with some profit taking. And then if it gets back down to around here, 1670 or so, that's where I would get interested, because if we get that situation where the resistance converts into support, if the resistance converts into support, that sets the stage for the next move higher. So I don't think I would do anything here, but if it came back in a little bit, a couple of dollars, I would get interested. And all right. Well, anyway, thanks for having me, Ryan. And
you got it.
We'll see you all next week, I guess.
Hey, yeah. Have a great weekend. Appreciate it, Mark.
Love the new license plate, by the way.
Oh yeah, thank you. I'm super excited. I cannot wait to go to a golf course. That is going to be. I'm gonna feel like Tiger with the backwards hat and the shades and the red shirt. It's until I get to the first tee and I slice one off the first tee. So anyway, all right, Mark.
Hit a 5-iron. Don't hit your driver. Use a 5-iron. All right, I'll see you next week.
All right, take care of yourself, Mark. That is Mark Petrino. Really good stuff from him as always. We look forward to talking with him next week. Mark's departure leaves room for 13. Let's check in with him and see how he's doing. 13. Happy Friday. Good morning, boss.
Hey, how are you? How is everybody this morning?
Great.
I'm looking at the movers today and I'm just like, wow, what a bunch of crap.
well. Okay. Good morning to you as well. I guess let's get that out of the way first, and then we can go into the stuff that's not junk. First one here, I'm just going to go right into it, if that's okay with you.
Sure.
Okay. First one here, INKT. This is Mink Therapeutics. This stock was about $7.50 yesterday. It's up nearly 200% today. They announced the publication of complete remission following allogenic INKT cell therapy in metastatic testicular cancer. So good news here on one of the treatments for testicular cancer. This did trade up to 28. It's come back a little bit, but it's below the VWAP, but it's right at the VWAP. Quick look at the short interest here. We just spent a lot of time talking about short interest with Mark. Short interest on this one, 1.25%, so pretty negligible. 1 day to cover on that. Average volume here, oh my God. On average, the stock trades 7,500 shares per day. Mm-hmm. That is nothing. Today we traded 6.3 million. So if you trade this, make sure you have an exit strategy so you don't get locked up in the ghost town there. What do you think? Float here, 1 million, so really low float. What do you think, 13?
So this isn't the first time we've heard about this particular agent called T-797. This treatment has been used before in a gastric cancer setting. So now we're hearing about this causing complete and durable remission in a patient with testicular cancer. So that's why it's moving today. This is a drug that's been going on in phase 2 for phase 1, phase 2 for multiple angles. You have the solid tumors, gastric cancer, and acute respiratory distress syndrome. So there's several things going on with this. They also have another drug that they're working on, but that in the oncology space. But we won't need to get into that. What's important is that the company only has about a quarter worth of cash, so we could see some capital raising happening at some point soon. I don't know when that's going to be, But this may be the one that probably trades better than some of these other names this morning. It's the one that I'm a little bit more confident in anyway. The other ones, it's we'll get to them, but I think this might be the one that we see the best price action on. Don't want to guarantee that or anything, but just based on these other ones that we're going to go through here, I think this one has the I guess the best news, but they still have that angle of where they could raise capital. I just don't know when that's going to be or if they need to do that right away.
Okay, good stuff. This is trading sideways here, so I think if we get volume expansion in any capacity here, this one might try to go to the top end of the range and then maybe bust above that. So, okay, good stuff there. INKT. Next one here, this is Signing Day Sports, and this is one that we should all be familiar with. Yep. Generally speaking, I think this one's kind of junky personally, but Signing Day Sports shares are trading higher after the company announced it has made advancements regarding its business combination with One Blockchain. It's about as vague as it gets. I didn't have time to go through the PR. I wonder if you did. Quick look at the short interest here. 2.42% of the float shorted on 1 day to cover. Comes on an average volume of 5 million shares. Today we've traded 73 million already. Boy, the day traders are on this one. Float 3.56 million. What do you think?
Well, we got some similar PR regarding this business combination agreement with One Blockchain and a handful of other companies. That happened back on May 28th, and I have the sense that we're probably going to see something very similar happen, where we came out strong at the open. It made a high, and then it just sold off. Never recovered from that. Even in the days following, it just kept going lower. So I don't know if I have a lot of confidence that this will make the moves that we're hoping they will. But if you look what happened in May 28th, it's over the same thing, same business combination, and that's the result that we ended up getting. So it ended up sticking around with a higher highs prior to the announcement, but it still ended up leaking. That's what I'm talking about, the base there since following that. So that is trading higher since then, but I don't know how much more height we're going to get out of this thing. I did see that it's coming up to a moving average. I think it's the 200. So that could be a resistance area. That's at about 384. Didn't get there the last 2 or 3 times we had news that sent this thing up. So maybe it does today, but this is just one of those names where it might provide a nice trade out of the open, and then it's going to just be weaker throughout the morning. So we'll see if that's what happens. But I just don't have a whole lot of confidence. The chart does look. Let me see here. Chart does look like it was trying to break out a moment ago, and it still is setting up to make a higher print. But like I said, out of the open, if you're already trading this, I don't know that we're going to get a whole lot of great price action, beyond that. So get your trade in this one, I would say, and then we'll see if it sets up again. But again, not too confident we'll see massive amounts of upside.
Ryan here saying SGN is a NIL play for sports. It's going to be huge, actually. Buy and hold till football season starts. Ryan, I would need some more information on how that all works for me to even think about buying that as a catalyst. I think there's been other stocks that have talked about that. I'm open to listening to it. Yeah, not sure I believe that just yet.
If it's like got to do mostly with the crypto angle, then maybe I could see that because crypto is hot right now. But beyond that, this company doesn't have any cash, and I think this business combination is kind of saving them from delisting. So we'll see.
Not to say maybe it does work in the future, but there might be some hurdles to clear before then.
And I'm talking for purposes of a day trade here. This isn't something that I think we would want to buy up here anyway. They might provide a better price later on this morning or next week. So.
Okay, good stuff there, SGN. Next one here is ABVE. This one from our list yesterday. We had a huge volume here. This thing really moved out of the open. Above Food Ingredient shares are trading higher on continued strength following its merger agreement with Palm Global on Monday. So that was on Monday. Got a huge move on volume yesterday. We traded up in the after hours here. We're drifting a little bit higher here in the pre-market as well. We're above the VWAP here. So this intraday chart, especially with the volume, actually looks pretty good. See if it stays that way. Here's a look at your daily chart where we've seen some pops and drops in the past, though, so it's no stranger to that. Quick look around the horn here on this one. 0.27% of the float shorted with 1 day to cover. Comes on an average volume of 8.34 million shares. Today we traded 82.5. So what do you think on this one? We got a trade here?
I think that this is one I'm a little bit also concerned about. We've been we had some great movement yesterday, and that continued into the after hours and into the morning today. I am starting to wonder if this is going to get a little exhausted here, and we'll see a drop out of the open. That's what I'm anticipating. Now, if that does happen, there's some levels we can look at to see if we can get a bounce trade in here. But I don't know if we're going to continue to see this upward price action. Maybe we do. And if that's the case, we can draw trend lines and infer where this might run to. But
I have some boring downside levels for possible support here, 250 and 3. I know they're both round, but if you actually look at the intraday chart, the stock is already kind of obeying those levels. Now, you had just said trend line, so of course my ears perked up like a deer hearing a predator off in the distance. And what I've done here is I'm going to go ahead and draw this trend line right through the top. This now gives us a target if this thing does catch today.
Yeah, and without going and looking through the merger agreement with Palm Global, because that was also the news that caused this to move last time. I don't know, how great the company is. It's something I would have to spend more time digging into, and I think the fact that we've already had this movement yesterday and into today leads me to be less confident that we're going to continue to see this rally. And maybe that's not, and maybe that still happens where we continue to see this movement. But because we've been, climbing over the past, day and a half, really think that there's going to be some selling. There's some profit taking happening here at first.
Okay. Good stuff. Now the next one. This is your favorite. Hollow, YOLO, JOLO. Here we go. This thing was about $6 yesterday. We are absolutely ripping here on volume in the pre-market. Micro Cloud. I always do that. Micro Cloud Hologram announces it has purchased up to $200 million in Bitcoin and cryptocurrency related security derivatives with a current cumulative value and God bless it, cumulative investment income of $34.02 million. I'm sorry for butchering that. What do you think here on Hollow? Let's take a quick look at the short interest first. 19.57% of the float shorted, so this is definitely a potential squeezer here, although it only has 1 day to cover. That comes on average volume of 3.4 million shares. Today we're way over that, so I'm not sure how great I feel about the squeeze. I think if we do get any type of squeeze action, it would be relatively short-lived. 4.72 million shares in the float. We've traded this one a whole bunch before. So what are you thinking here?
Well, I think I still have my levels, and I think that's what I'm going to be relying on, because this is moving just on the fact that it's got crypto, and crypto's hot right now. And I don't think there's anything that I need to really look at beyond that, because this company is it's junk, but now they have crypto and apparently millions of dollars worth of it. So I guess it's really just going to trade. It's going to be one of those trades like you could maybe place in the same basket as like Mara, Riot, and some of those others. Even though I don't even think this company is nearly as good as those. If crypto moves, this is going to move. That's basically what it's tied to. And we also have that February and August really weird thing that this does, where it just randomly rallies and then comes back in. So we're approaching that as well. We might see some more of that in next month, or maybe later this month, since that's been a repeating process with this stock. But aside from that, I'd just be looking at levels. And right now, the one that's trying to recapture is 10. It looks like it's fighting for that right now.
Sure.
The high in the pre-market is 1075. The next level I have beyond that high is 1150.
Okay, so there you go, 10, 1150, your next upside levels on Hollow. We've seen this thing really kind of pull back, so just be careful, know what you're trading here. Next on the list is going to be FTFT Future FinTech, and I'll be honest with you, not a great looking pre-market chart here. We're about $1.50 yesterday. We popped up to $4.50. We've been doing nothing but bleed here in the pre-market. Did we have any news on this?
It's another crypto name.
Yep. So just trading on the back of crypto, I would be careful with this one. It is up 55%, 1.2% of the float shorted here with 1.31 days to cover, float of 4.5 million. On average, it's a ghost town, trades under 100,000 shares. But today, because of the crypto catalyst, it's trading 36 million shares here today.
Yeah, this is a company that's mostly based in China. They do have a cryptocurrency farm in the U.S., and that's basically about it. This is a fintech, China fintech company. So, I mean, if you look at the chart, the daily chart, you can see just how absolutely devastating this thing is with their offerings and reverse splits. This thing is just another Mullen. In my opinion. Now, encouragingly, I guess if you want to use that word, it is looking like it's trying to find some kind of a bottom. That acceleration to the downside really does seem to have slowed down, even though I wouldn't consider it being stopped. But this is going to be another one of those names where if it provides a trade, get in, get out. Don't look at this again because you might have another offering coming this way. And when you look at the financial position, it looks like they do need cash. So this is either one that maybe don't even touch, or if you see a trade, just do it quickly and never look at it again, because it'll probably be, reverse split and have another offering the next time you do.
Or just listen to Thinking About It, who very succinctly says, investors, take your 2 feet and run from this stock. I absolutely love it. So, okay. LMFA. This is another one that's Bitcoin related. Is it?
I don't know. I didn't look at this one.
Yes. This is another Bitcoin related name. This is another miner here. It had released on Tuesday morning that it had mined 5.5 Bitcoins in June. It's popped up 23% here. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this one, 13. Look at the chart. We popped on some of the Bitcoin movement. We've retraced almost all of the move. There's way better things to trade than this. 1.28% of the float shorted on 1 day to cover. Average volume here, 105. Forget it. Do you have anything on this? Can I just move on? Because we got more stuff that's more important. I
think LMFA can hang out with FTFT and just be the redheaded stepchildren. That's fine.
Okay.
Let's move on.
Okay, perfect. RCAT is going to be the next one. And we already talked a little bit about this because this one has an actual theme here that's not related to Bitcoin. Shares of drone company stocks are trading higher after Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth announced an efforts to fast-track drone production. This also includes counter-drone companies. So they don't necessarily have to create drones to really benefit from this. A counter drone program would also be in play here today. But here's a look at the RCAT chart. We did pop above 8 on the impulse move. We backed off that a little bit. Now we're banging on that door of 8. We're actually through that. This, to me, at least right now, looks like it wants to go higher. I'm encouraged to see the pre-market volume ramp a little bit here. I really want to see what happens after the open. If we take a look at the short interest on this stock, which is one that we followed quite a bit here, 18.65% of the float shorted with 1.34 days to cover. On average, the stock trades 7 million. I think we're going to go way above that. We've already traded 1.7 here in the pre-market, and I would imagine that this increases as the day goes on. So what say you here on RCAT 13?
Yeah, I think that news about the drones, we're going to see this and other drone names move a little bit better as this day goes on. That's my expectation anyway. Levels to the upside for this, though, we are trying to hold above 8, and that has been a bit of a strong resistance area. If you look at a daily chart, that's really a standout level where you've seen the price try to recapture this particular handle multiple times this year. It did finally in June, only to lose it again. Earlier this year and last year was also a support area. So getting and holding above 8 is pretty important. The next level I see, 950. Once we get past that, we might see this trade a little bit better, but we do have some consolidation areas beyond that. So for the different levels here that I'd be keeping an eye on for RCAT, if that 950, I like 1140 as well. And then also 1330, and then finally the high of 1527.
Okay, I would also add in there 857. I basically got that by drawing a trend line on the daily from the high of January through the recent high, and that gives me 857 for today's session as a possible resistance point there. So good stuff there on RCAT. I do want to kind of stick to the theme here. So there are a couple of other Bitcoin names on here that are up less than the other Bitcoin names that we looked at. It is what it is. But let's take a look at some of the other drone names here. Here's another one, UAVS. This one was another cheap one here. This is 120 yesterday. It's popped initially. It actually looks good here in the pre-market in terms of coming back up to where it was consolidating in the aftermarket. Let's see what happens when the market opens here and the volume starts to flow into it. This, nothing else new necessarily, just part of the drone theme that we got from the administration here. So quick look on some of the details here. 9.53% of the float shorted with 1 day to cover. This is an average volume of 2.41 million. The float's the float is 12.5 million. Today, we've traded under 1 million shares. So we'll see if this picks up a little bit, especially with it being a cheap name. What do you think here on UAVS?
Oh, sorry. I thought we were going to cycle through some of these other names. UAVS. Sorry.
This is UAVS. This is a
no.
drone name.
I mean, like, kind of like just to bring them up and say that this is another drone name. It's doing this, and then like move on to AVAV or ARC or ONDS or. That's
what I'm getting to.
Sorry. Okay.
ONDS is next. Then we're going to do AVAV because it's best in breed, and then we'll just round it out with charts that folks want.
Well, I don't have any real opinion on their financial position. I haven't looked at that in some time, but just taking a look at the chart here, it seems like we have some really good rounding bottoming action here happening here. Clear resistance areas that we're coming up to. Looks like the next one I would say is about 150 to 155. We're still beneath that, but not by much. That would be the next big resistance area, and we've already been rejected by there a couple of times in June. So another visit here and hopefully a breakthrough would be great. If we do get that, I think we see $2. That's about all I think I want to speak on for UAVS.
Yeah, I think this is one of the crummier ones in the drone theme. Just FYI, Billy here saying it doesn't have any military drones yet. Mm-hmm. Still, the fast track might help them with that, but that's a really good point. Again, I think this is one of the junkier names. Okay, next one that I wanted to get to here, show favorite, Ondas. So their investor presentation, several of you folks were asking me about that yesterday. I did find the replay. It was 2.5 hours. I didn't even realize it was that long. It was 2.5 hours. They had like 7 speakers. So the positive, just to kind of summarize the positive, clearly they're looking at how they're going to ramp revenue. They're also going to try and make all of their processes more efficient so that they can maximize the profit out of their operations. They detailed how they were going to do that and some milestones that they were going to go through with that. There were parts of it that what the folks were saying felt a little ChatGPT like. It almost felt like they used ChatGPT to come up with this presentation. And I was talking to some of my other buddies about this, and they go, Ryan, I'm not sure I can recall when some micro cap company puts on a 2+ hour presentation at like 1 o'clock on a Tuesday or whatever it was. So it was good. It doesn't change the fact that we really want to see numbers bleed through the earnings and make its way to the bottom line. This catalyst definitely should help. The chart actually looks pretty good here. We did pop in the after hours. We came back in a little bit to test the closing price and bounced from that. It actually looks pretty good here on the level 2 as well. When we take a look at the daily chart, this is what we got. I got this coming up. I actually got this right above with the pre-market action here today, right above the 0.5 fib level. Glenn, this is one that you had given a bunch of fib stats on, maybe even a cloud stat. Let me know what those are. I don't have them memorized. The other thing here, and I actually have this on my other chart that I think is bullish for this and this trade idea, is going to be this trend line break. So from the big pump that we had at the end of the year into the new year this year, I have a trend line that goes through the recent high and originates at that year-end, year start point. And the price here actually looks extremely constructive. So we had an impulse move. We back tested another trend line that is going all the way back to 2023. We ended up holding that. We tested it a few times. So this really kind of put in a near-term bottom at about 140, in my opinion. Then when we broke above the trend line, we consolidated along that trend line. Remember, this is a stock that has a huge Twitter account with other people following it. So seeing this action right along the trend line means that I think a lot of the holders or a lot of the people that are in this are absolutely watching the technicals and making decisions based on that. That sets us up here for today. We're higher here on the back of this news. We're higher here by almost 7%. And one of the first targets that I have here is going to be 229, 230. In fact, what does this candle actually have? 229. So we're just going to call it that. 229 definitely in play here today if we continue to trade higher. If we pop above that, here's one thing. Look at where we're at right now with the volume shelf. All right. We just cleared out this high volume node. Remember, Markets and Mayhem was talking about this, and he has talked about this on our happy hour show as well. A lot of the times you really want to kind of get to that smaller shelf and then really kind of carve out another level. Well, look what happens here. We're just now busting above this. I think if we bust above this 229, legitimately think 250 is possible here. Glenn saying his ONDS fib level, the 0.382 level at 222. So that also could be in play here today. So 13, you got any thoughts on this chart at all?
Yeah, I'm looking back all the way to the very beginning from in 2021. I got a trend line that I started all the way back there that goes through that December trend line that you have. This ever since we got down here in late December of 22, there's been some kind of seller who has been preventing any upside above 245, 250 up until that big breakout that we had. So I still think that we're going to see some pretty good resistance at about that 245, 250 area because there's a lot of folks that got caught in this above that 250 area. So I'm assuming they're going to want to really make for the exit as soon as they have their opportunity. That would be my thought. Another thing is that when I look back to all the price action prior to the highs that were made in January this year, there's some significant resistance at 4. And maybe you can even look at it a little bit earlier at 325, but 4 really sticks out, especially with all the bottoming that happened in January through October of 2022 before we lost that level. So 4 also another very big area where I would expect to have a hard time of the price to have a hard time going higher.
Okay, and full disclosure here, just letting you know, I have an open sell order here at 3. So if it does trade up to 3, I will be liquidating some of this position and I will still be holding some for a larger run. So your 4 target, your lips to God's ears, man. I would love for this thing to trade anywhere near 4. If we get to 3, we'll peel some more, we'll book some more gains, and we'll go from there. All right. Okay, what else do you want to take a look at?
Whatever the chat wants to look at. We don't have a whole lot of time,
no,
just less than 4 minutes. So if there's something we can take a look at, they're saying CDM popped, and we could look at that one. What's this about? Oh, this is what, on the move right now? Or
CVM, Celsi to sign partnership agreement with leading Saudi Arabian pharma company for a multi-kind in the treatment of head and neck cancer.
Okay, there's another one that also is moving on the Saudi with that has Saudi investment. It's one of the ones we were talking about earlier. I think it was ABVE. Anyway, just thought that was interesting. Seeing a lot of different investment come out of Saudi Arabia lately. It's apparently they want to move on from being an oil economy and be a leader in technology and tourism. So anyway, I'm kind of rambling on that. Let's this just started moving. Let's see if I can figure out where we're going to see some resistance. Right off the bat, we have the. Oh no, I'm sorry, we're past that now. Looks like okay, so it just hit 7. And if you look at a daily chart, you can see how that has been a support and resistance level earlier this year before we lost it in May. So if we can get through, looks like 8 might be the end of some of that, but you have different levels here that we can draw on. 7 is definitely going to be one of them. 8 might be another one. I think I would just kind of leave it at that for now. I don't know how high this is going to go, but if we get through the single digits, I don't see some really big resistance in the double digits until about 11. So there you go.
Okay, good stuff there. Okay, CVM. Izzy, good morning. Good to see you again. You're asking about Amazon here. Did you cover Amazon yet? No, we did not. Here's what your Amazon looks like. This actually looks kind of similar to the Apple chart that Mark showed us earlier, with just kind of a shorter term possible breakout spot right here. I'm going to call it 224 just to be easy on that. We're not overcooked yet, so more positive news here for Amazon could send it. We did today. We did have a price target raise, 240 to 255 from JP Morgan, 212 to 250 from Piper. And I think we had some yesterday, right? Price target raise 250 to 300 at Morgan Stanley. Plenty of room on some of these. You know what's interesting? We did see some stats here that the sales were down for Prime Day. We talked about Prime Day being extended one day and that being a dead giveaway. That was an easy one. But I've actually, now that we're several days through the sale, I've actually talked to real human beings that have ordered from the sale, and they have said how much they like it. They've actually got items that they wanted. They got items that they had on a watch list where prices had actually moved down. Even Courtney Reagan this morning on CNBC was saying that she actually bought a whole bunch. They had another report that people were buying what was on sale, and then also people were just buying what they normally buy at a discounted price. So I'm not necessarily sure what to make of the sale yet. To me, though, this does look like this wants to try and break out at 224.
And we're open.
We are open. Okay, I have got to go to the restroom, so I'm going to put Ondas here on the screen. I'm going to be right back. 13, 1 sec.
All right, sounds good. So let's see what we got here out of the gate. Looks like INKT is trying to recapture VWAP. ABVE trying to do the same thing. SGN, this kind of sideways at the moment. Looks a little weak. Losing its VWAP, by the way. Hollow, that is trying to capture 10, or recapture, I should say. That looks like we're also getting a little bit of a pull here on that one. Don't like the way this MACD looks either. If this goes lower, I think you might get some support around 850. Now let's look at FTFT, this junky one that we probably don't want to really do a whole lot with. This coming down to its 200 EMA, finding some support around 230. Maybe if this turns around and recaptures its 65 EMA, there's a trade there, but I think there's other things that we can look at that will trade better. Let's go look at RCAT. RCAT, this having a nice move out of the gate here, going up all the way to 855. That's just beneath my trend line here. I think that's also where Ryan has his trend line. We'll have to ask him when he gets back. Congratulations on your new TV, Ed. Don't discount GME. Why not? I'm just kidding. Let's take a look at GME. What's going on with GameStop besides the crypto attachment? I don't see any real movement here. Do they not have crypto anymore? What's going on with GME? I see that we got some good volume out of the gate here, but not really that big of a move compared to the closing price. CVM halt down. Let me look. Let's see what we got with CVM.
Okay, back on this popping. Yes. 222. This was one of those levels, right? 222. Yep, that was one of those fib levels.
Okay, fib level. Gotcha. Yes, CVM is halted to the downside. So a few minutes on that, and we'll see what we get. INKT, let's go back to this the beginning here and see what we got. INKT still not recapturing its VWAP quite yet. Not great volume either with this one. ABVE, this one recaptured VWAP. It's starting to move.
This was the one that moved yesterday, right? Yes, above food ingredients. So Are we getting continuation here today? This one might be good.
We'll see. I mean, there's some resistance at 4 that I'd like to see it get through first. Also, some of the other traders in between 380 and 4 also trying to unwind their positions. So got to chew through them as well. If we get some more volume here, we can get through all those, hit 4, and we'll see what we get after that. Signing day, that's going lower. Hollow is halted to the downside. Surprise there. FTFT, I guess I could say that this is the surprise so far. I mean, because this one is kind of junky, really junky actually. But we did get a lot of selling into the open here, so maybe there's a little bit of a bounce that takes it up. 250, possibly 3 before we see the real selling come in. But not going to try anything here with FTFT. That's up to y'all if you want to do it. RCAT, on the other hand, that just blasted through, I think, your trend line, Ryan. And I think that you may have had it drawn there. Was that? No, that was for ONDS. I'm sorry. But this one, I have a trend line that we just broke through to get to 906. That trend line I started with the January high, drew it through the June high.
Got you.
Yeah. And we're breaking that right now.
Wait, where's the January high?
The highest one that you see there.
Right here, June.
Yep.
Got it.
Yep. All right. So so that's happening with that one. That's RCAT, and then let's just circle back.
KTOS, this is one of the ones that on the list. This is one of the better security names here. This is straight up out of the gate.
AVAV as well.
AVAV as well. Kathy here mentioning game. What's this, Kathy?
Billy also mentioning MP got another pop. This was a mover yesterday. It's moving again today.
This game here, really quick, 13. This game here looks like kind of low volume here. I'm not sure what's going on here. We'll check back in on this. Here's your MP chart.
MP hitting the highs from yesterday right now and through them. So now, is this new multi-year highs? Kind of looks like it. We're now printing some of the high April 22, the April 2022 levels here. So still about $10 away from the I think this is the all-time high. Yeah, the all-time high that we saw in early April of 22. So don't know if we'll see that today, but I would say that 52 looks like a possible target.
Yassine, AV 2K booked, getting ready for the weekend right there. That's good to see. Good stuff here, folks. Oh, and Jeff mentioning about the Costco dip. Costco also trading higher here. Costco actually a potential swing trade long discussed yesterday on Happy Hour. We take a look at the chart. What we're kind of waiting for here is this test of the 200. So here you go, 963.84. You want to call it 964. Wouldn't fight you on that. We talked about this. What we would really like to see here is maybe a look below and a quick recapture of that 200. That would actually spell out some more upside here on Costco. By the way, going back to the fall of last year, your volume point of control here, 986 on Costco. So we're actually beneath that.
Inked is halted to the upside. I think it's one of the only ones that we looked at today that's halted with upside here. So that is halted just after they crossed the VWAP. Looks like it's trying to get up to above the $25 level again. We'll see what we get out of this halt in about, I think, 5 minutes.
And actually where this was halted, it does kind of look good. It'll be interesting to see if it pops there. RCAT 852 now, so it's backed off that $9 spot, still holding above the trend line break, which I have on my screen here at 836. Good morning, Wisdom. Great to see you.
Yep. Good morning, Wisdom.
That calls.
Getting a halt in QTTB. Is this another quantum stock that we just don't really look at a whole lot? Q32 Bio. No, I guess not. Biotechnology stock. Developing novel biologics to effectively and safely restore healthy immune balance in patients with autoimmune and inflammatory diseases. Okay. Don't see the news here on what's going on with it. No news prior to today. Nothing that I can see in July. And the only other news prior to that is new chief medical officer. Don't know why it's moving. And ABVE. This is one that I thought might sell off after it's had a couple of nice days of running. So looks like that might be happening here. It's losing the 65 EMA. Signing day. This is also coming down to its 65 EMA. Don't know if we'll get some support with this one, but we can draw a trend line here, starting with the highs on the pre-market and running it through the open. So that would be a trend line worth watching if we do get a bounce. We'd like to see that get broken because that would effectively lead to some more highs. Maybe even getting through 350 could be the level we want to see.
The 65 EMA coming up here, 255. Maybe that will be our bounce spot.
Yeah.
Ondas pulled back a little bit, not breaking down though, still holding higher. GAUZ, this was another one that was on the movers list. We skipped over it because we had some other stuff going on. Gauzy, their shares are trading higher after disclosing insider purchases of the company's stock by the CEO and a long-term investor. To give you some numbers for that, let's take a look at this. I don't have them in the calendar yet. That's odd.
Yeah, so I see that. I see you guys mentioning Lunar. Izzy, I see that.
560,000. Okay.
I don't know what the news is. We did recently get, Sean Duffy as interim NASA chief. I don't know if that's the reason it's moving, but we do have some pretty good short interest here. Almost 20% of the float shorted, 3.18 days to cover. Not necessarily the days to cover we want to see, but short interest might have something to do with it here. Let's take a look at some of these other space names, see how they're faring today. Looks like Lunar is one of the only ones that's having a good day. Redwire is up about 4%. Rocket Lab up 1%. Virgin Galactic, for some reason, is up a 1/3%. Voyager Technologies, that one, we saw some movement in earlier this week, and this one very much tied to SpaceX's Starship.
Yep, and that's actually starting to get some coverage too. Voyager got some coverage. You know, the thing about this is that this is one of those that might be a little bit binary. Like if they don't get their contract signed, this might be a $12 stock. If everything goes well, it might be a $200 stock. I don't know which one it's going to be. I am still long there, but anyway.
We are getting a turnaround here in ABVE after hitting the 65 EMA. Let's see if we can get back up through VWAP. If it does, we'll be looking at, I would say 415 as a potential spot for it to run to. The high in the pre-market was 423, but no closes above 415, it seems.
Kathy here saying Sean Duffy being named should make all the space stocks go down. Kathy, why is that? And remember, because you don't like him is not a reason.
Yeah, I'd love to know the reason. I mean, I need to perhaps read some more into Sean Duffy, see what he's about, whether or not that's good for NASA.
Yeah, I don't know what like the actual position is on that. That's kind of why I'm asking, because maybe there's some insight there where we can draw some conclusions from. That would be helpful. SQNS, high end of the pre-market range. Let's see if we break above and go for 5. I could easily see a 5 test here on SQNS. More Chewy puts as that's really struggled. Still waiting for a rebuy here on Chewy.
Looks like RCAT came right back to the opening price and is trying to find some support here. I saw that there was a Jane Smith. Why are halts not consistent? Seems like they should have consistency versus whenever mindset. So they're not whenever. They actually do halt on certain events. It's price action volumetric. Large volumes of shares being traded in one direction. So they halt, whenever you see something like that, or they halt on news. There's different reasons why they will halt, but usually the ones that we're seeing with these movers are their halts on volatility.
Here you go. This I just Googled this real quick. So this is from Warrior Trading. Volatility thresholds. All tier 2 stocks that closed the previous day over $3 a share will have trading thresholds at 10%. All tier 2 stocks that have closed on the previous day between 75 cents and $3 will have a trading halt threshold at 20%. So I think this hierarchy or breakdown is why it feels not consistent for you, but in fact it is consistent. The only thing here that's not consistent is what 13 covered there. If there's a news pending halt, that can come at just a random time whenever that news is available. So this is kind of what's going on with those halts.
All right, looks like with all these movers here, we have INKT still halted, though I think that's going to be unhalted here pretty soon. This was halted to the upside, so we might see some more upside movement here with this one. The high of the pre-market was 28.90. ABVE, that did get some support from the 65 EMA, provided a bit of a bounce, but no recapture of VWAP yet. SGN, this is coming down to its 65 EMA right now. I'm sure there's some folks that would like to see a bounce right here. So If you get it, great. If not, then the next level I see some support at is going to be, if not 232, maybe down at the 200, which is going to be at 200 EMA on the 5-minute, which is down at 181. Hollow, this thing doing exactly what we expected, just completely cratering. So
pretty much doing what we called earlier.
Yep.
That's good to see. Kathy here answering, simply put, Duffy has no background in space, whether by education or profession. Okay, so we'll see if that ends up working out.
Gotcha. Okay. So FTFT, this came down to its 200.
Wasn't he on the Real World? I feel like Duffy was on. That was the guy that was on the Real World years ago. Anyway, sorry, you were in the middle of something serious.
I didn't watch that.
Neither did
stuff. FTFT actually getting a lift after hitting the 200 EMA on the 5-minute, moving through its 65 EMA right now. VWAP is at 308. At least that's what my VWAP is. So I would imagine that that's where some of the next resistance is going to come. Maybe 290, because that seems to have been a support area prior to the 705 drop. But if we don't get resistance there, then VWAP is where I would be pegging it next.
Okay. Okay. ARBK Argo blockchain. So, Joshua, this is just serendipitous that this is got ARB in the ticker, right?
INKT is unhalted.
Is it going higher here? I'll go back and check that. Yes, it is.
Yeah,
right up to the top end of that pre-market range.
Yep.
So you guys that are saying Thinkorswim is down, is the order entry not working? Mine is not down. It is working. It is updating. I haven't executed any trade yet, but it does not appear to be down. Let me see if I can do the collect garbage from the help tab, system sub tab. See if that makes any difference. Looks okay. I'll let you know when I try and execute my first trade, though.
Looks like RCAT is getting some support after trading beneath the opening price. Looks like Inkt's trying to move higher here. There it goes. New highs. Just beat the pre-market highs. 29.38 is the high I have now. Looks like this wants more.
Yeah, see, toss is working for me. You guys are saying charts are down. My charts haven't even struggled yet.
Yeah. INKT still, moving nicely, getting a pull here. This thing does have a pretty decent spread of 20 to 40 cents. So, exercise some caution with this one on your entries and exits if you're not using limit orders, or just don't do that way at all, because you never know where it's going to end up if you do it that way. The spread like this. But this still trying to push higher. Looking for, did it hit 30? No, just
29.90 is your high intraday print. That was on that big volume spike that we just got.
Yep, 10 cents shy of 30.
So interesting. Sorry for interrupting again. Sure. So now I'm changing stocks in the actual toss window in which I trade, and I'm not getting the active ladder. Let me see if I go back to a previous stock. Now I see what you got. Yeah, so interesting. So on previous stocks that I already had pulled up, I get it. But if I go to trade a new stock, yeah, it doesn't load. Let me try another one here just randomly. FTFT.
Inked is halted again to the upside. 30.71 is now the new high. I knew this was going to be a good one.
Yep, and you know what? So this is okay, guys. So you're absolutely right about toss problems. The stuff's not down, but I actually can't trade unless it's a stock that I already had pulled up, probably cached somewhere in the system.
All right, folks.
Tommy, you too? Toss servers are down, frozen. Okay, so it looks like I'm not alone here.
All right, so
so
I don't want to tell you what to do.
So sorry. This is important. If you reboot toss, you will be locked out of it. So don't close your platform unless you absolutely have to. What I will say here, to me, this type of thing, until this resolves, just not even interested in trading. I will, if I can close my Google winning position here, I'll let you know if that happens. But yeah, probably won't take anything new until this gets. And actually, now I'm seeing more reports for big traders on Twitter saying the exact same thing about toss. Well, that's a bummer, guys.
I was going to say, if this
day trader short Schwab.
If this is happening, maybe consider getting out of your positions if you still can. I don't want to tell people what to do with their account, but whenever you have a situation like this, having open positions is just adds to the risk. So you might want to consider doing something if you're just in for a day trade and you can't use all the tools in your broker's platform. Just something I would consider. It's very, very risky just to kind of leave things open when you're having problems with your broker.
Yeah, no question. And also risky on taking new positions if you are somehow able to do that.
Okay, so you can't do anything. Gotcha. So I don't know what the exact problem is you're having. I was just hearing that the price ladder was having a problem. I don't know what else you're having an issue with, but if you can't sell, man, that makes sense to short them now.
Right?
Because if they got people trapped in here with the problems of their broker, man, they are going to feel it.
So real quickly here, what we're talking about is the Thinkorswim platform. Several of you are bringing up some really good points here. Go to the Schwab site to actually place those trades.
There you go. See if their web portal works. All right. So, I mean, in the meantime, I guess for those that are still able to use their platforms, INKT halted the upside. 3071 is where the price is right now. ABVE, this is trending lower here. So looks like we might be seeing this fall under $3 at some point soon. SGN, this is getting support from the 65 EMA we talked about. We still have about 10 seconds left in this candle. See if we're going to hold above this or not. It needs to recapture VWAP next.
And really quickly here, I'm sorry to interrupt, but NVIDIA absolutely popping here. 160 calls. We're seeing a whole bunch of call activity here. NVIDIA straight up out of the gate. The market also trading straight up. I would be completely unsurprised if we closed green here today. Remember what we talked about? Some of this tariff stuff is massively overblown. People have been wrong and offsides for a while. Would be not shocked if we actually close green here. NVIDIA ripping out of the gate, bringing a lot of tech with it here. NQ only down 0.35%. S&P futures, they're down 0.5% here. So it looks like those two moves lower from the pre-market and then the one from the opening session both got bought so far.
Yeah, it looks like we're just kind of hanging out around Wednesday's open.
What else do we got in some of the tech names? Tesla's bouncing. Oh, what happened there? What? Tesla's bouncing back. Let's take a look here at Tesla.
Looks like Hollow is getting a rebound after absolutely cratering. Also at 65 EMA, coming back up to VWAP. That value is at, I have it at 815. We'll see if it can recapture that or not.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Izzy, nice scalp there on Amazon. That bounced right back to 224. Actually looks like it's trying to go higher right now on Amazon. Tesla also looked like it might try and take out the, what was this, 312, the after hours high from yesterday. Maybe we get that there. INKT still halted. And also, I cannot get my active trader on new stocks that I haven't pulled up yet. So maybe it is resolved for some folks. Now I can't pull up charts. Let me try the clear again.
Do you remember the ticker for Charles Schwab?
SCHW. There we go. Charts back. No active trader still.
It's not coming in quite yet, but it's not necessarily a green day either. All right. All right,
that inked was great, though.
Yeah.
That is the stock du jour here. That continues to roll higher.
That was the one. I had a good feeling about it. It's certainly making me not look like an idiot.
And I would not chase this move.
No, don't chase this because it'll probably halt again, and then after that halt, we'll see. We could see some profit taking. Now,
MSOS cannabis ETF looks like this is trading up a little bit. I don't see much going on there, though. You know what? The price ladder just came back.
Yeah.
Okay.
For INKT, this thing could continue to do a halt fest all day, but wait for it to at least come back in. This thing is just on an absolute tear right now. What a fantastic day for that stock. All right, RCAT, that's down to the 65 EMA. I don't know about these drone names right now. CVM, ever since we opened, it's done nothing but halt down. Currently halted to the downside right now. Wouldn't be surprised if we tapped 4 out of the halt.
ETHA, this is an Ethereum? Yeah. I think Joshua, I believe, mentioned this one earlier as a potential play. If you guys want to play the Ethereum move and you don't necessarily want to buy the coin, ETHA. Joshua, you mentioned this one earlier, didn't you?
King has. I'm sorry about ABVE killing the weekly gains. This is one that has been moving since yesterday, and I cautioned that we could see some of this price action with how much we've been moving up this past day and a half. I don't know if we're going to see some rebounding happen, but levels to the downside I'd be keeping an eye on. It looks like the $3 even level is one area that we could see some support. Beneath that, I'd say 255, 260 could be the next area. And you also have that 200 EMA that's right in that same area as well. I'd be looking at those levels for a bounce, and even then, I don't feel that great that we're going to see the reversal.
Seeing some rocket calls get bought into this little down move. Those are cheapies, though. Nvidia has been straight up out of the open, finally giving us our first red candle there on the 5.
Well, so what did Trump and Jensen talk about? Because that was the last piece of news that I saw prior to this.
Yeah, that was a meeting yesterday at the White House.
Yeah, and then and now he's on his way over to China. So.
UMAC here, Unusual Machines. This is one of the drone names. This actually back towards its VWAP. This is not bad if it doesn't break down from here. That's the spot. Okay, so thank you, Josh. That ETHA is the spot ETF that follows Ethereum exactly. And then ETHU is the levered one. Good stuff there. That actually might be a good way to play the Ethereum moves if you don't want to actually hold the coin. I'm hodling the coin. I'm not changing that. Google here. Higher off the open. Apple dipped and tried to bounce. PanW, same deal. Amazon still holding above 224. Netflix bouncing off of its low as well.
Hey, fantastic there, Tom. Quick 10 points on Inked, and he's out. Excellent. Excellent.
Yeah. Boom.
Now, it looks like RCAT is trying to come back up here after hitting the 65 EMA. VWAP is at 833. I'd anticipate there being some resistance, but if we can get a good amount of volume expansion, it can take out the sellers that are in the way, starting at 825.
Here's that QTTB, that Q32 bio. This actually right at 3. Yes, Josh, I am staking my Ethereum position. Yes, 100% of it.
We are getting a little pull here in INKT. I think that would take us down to at least 31.65. I think I like the 27.50 area better. I don't hope it doesn't go down that far, because that would mean it drops beneath VWAP briefly.
Everything across the board here on my toss seems to be better.
All right.
You know what? Let me try and sell a little portion of this Google trade since it's up. Yep. And I was able to execute an order. It was a closing order. It wasn't a new buy, but I was able to close partial of a position. So maybe we're good. Still got majority. I literally sold one call from that Google position just to test it for you folks.
Jonathan Cooper saying BTC turning, as in turning around?
Yes, to the upside. So Bitcoin pulled off the high. Actually, it looked like it made a double bottom on the futures chart intraday on the 5-minute, and now it's bouncing back 118,600.
It looks like that 118,300, 118,400 area has been providing the most resistance since early this morning.
Will confirming toss works for him as well. Awesome. Right. Okay, so maybe the snafu is over and we're good for the rest of the day. That would be great.
Are we back? We're back. CVM getting some support down at the 65 EMA. Now that moving average has been pretty helpful today for some of these movers. Not really getting too much of a rebound here. VWAP is at 549. RCAT, that did pop back up to 825. Still hasn't been able to get back up to its VWAP quite yet. Hollow also getting a bounce, dealing with its VWAP as well. Signing day, this thing losing at 65 EMA, that's not a good sign. I think we're going to see sub 2 prints at some point today.
Okay. Jane, thank you for the it wasn't a sacrifice. I sold one single contract of my position at a gain. So I didn't even really lose anything there, but at least we knew, that helps me know that, hey, if I actually try to take a trade, like what happens if Ondas pops 50 cents here? Well, I'm going to be able to exit partial my position. I know that going in. So no problem there at all. Tesla continues to trade to the upside. Market continues to bounce to the upside here. Oh, man. Hope the Panikins are okay. I really do.
Yeah, we did get a little comment about Albemarle ALB. Did get a pull. Yeah, here we go. Joseph Schmo really bit the dust after looking so good yesterday. We did get a little extended, and we are pulling back some, but I could see some areas of support where we might get some price reversal here. Down in the 67 handle looks pretty interesting. Maybe 66 as well. But this is for me. This is a long-term investment, and I'm just going to be patient with this one. I think eventually it'll be great. But for the purposes of trading, unfortunately the selling or the lower opening today not that great. But it did fill that gap to the upside. So at least it had that happen. Still anticipate more upside in the future, though, with this one.
UMAC here ripping to the highs. 623, by the way, on the SPY there.
Take care, day trader.
Yeah, take care of yourself, day trader. Have a good one. Lion, why are you laughing about me missing something? Why is that your first reaction? Stay classy, dude. My watch list is divided half red, half green. That's better than me. I would say 3/4 of my watch list is red, but a lot of them are coming up off of the bottom. PDD actually leads one of my watch lists here to the upside. I don't think I would have guessed that.
Inked printing 40 and more. I only pulled back to about 33.70. So this thing is just on fire right now.
40.45. This thing is just absolutely ripping. And I'll tell you what, the volume too doesn't really look like it's died off that much. I know this one candle here is about half the stick, but it looks good, especially in the broker there. 40.45, your high spot. Going to halt right here if it holds.
Now we are approaching an interesting level here. It looks like 40, maybe just before 44 might be the spot. But
halted on INKT.
Excellent. There's a high that was made on August 17th, 2022, that took it up to 43.20. That's the next high that I see going up to, and then there's a consolidation from December of 2021 right after that. So might see some resistance kick in here with INKT getting into these 40s. That sounds about right for people too. You see a lot of resistance out of people in their 40s.
Okay, good one. SRFM here ripping to the highs. Good stuff on that. Was there news on this? This is just 11.5%. I don't think there's news though. No. Nope.
Nuclear is green.
Is that OKLO, SMR?
I imagine so. U quadruple U. No, quadruple U is down 5%. OKLO, that's slightly green. It's not even up 1%. SRM, I'm sorry, SMR. That's the one. I just dropped beneath 1%. I don't know which nuclear names you're referring to. They're not looking that great. At least the ones I just looked at.
AIRO, this also a drone name here. This up 18.6%. I actually didn't have this one on my drones list, but that's been added. RCAT still doing okay. Ondas, despite the pull, right back up towards the highs. I don't think the strength here in the drone names is over yet.
Well, I mean, they announced that they're going to fast track that. That
Yeah.
sounds like money's getting thrown at the at the sector.
Yep.
So we'll see. Yeah, I've seen some other folks talk about TOS.
So far, it's been all right. There definitely were some hiccups in the morning, but now I can actually change to anything here, and my active trade, yeah, it loads instantly. So everything here looks good, at least so far.
SBET is trying. That thing coming back. Yeah, up 13, almost 14%, hitting 21 just a second ago there. Where does this one go? This has been kind of like a slow grinder. Every day it makes just a slightly higher high. Here we are making another slightly higher high. AMC is doing well.
Yeah, AMC was actually on the gap list here this morning as well.
Oh, okay. This coming up, or I mean, we could see a test of the 200-day SMA if this continues. That value I have at 356.
SBET, is this at the highs here? Yep, SBET right back on. And God, Newegg, didn't Markets and Mayhem talk about this kind of being a squeezer? Look at this.
Yes.
More. We're going to keep bringing him on too. I'm going to make sure we do that.
Okay, so look at the daily chart for Newegg. This is about, the $40 handle is about the same area where we had that last run in December of 2023. I don't remember if you recall that one. That came out of nowhere, I thought. But yeah, the $40 area, that looks like that's going to be significant. Wow, even going further back, that's a significant area. All the way back into the prior to COVID, even $40 was a resistance area.
AMC trading higher after Wedbush upgraded the stock from neutral to outperform and raised the price target from $3 to $4.
Will, I've wondered that too. If we're going to actually see the gap completely fill in SBET. So if we do end up getting that, this thing is going to certainly be printing in the 30s. That gap actually fills. If I'm looking at my broker chart, it's about 32.50, I think. Where did we open at? I guess 33. Somewhere in the low 30s there appears to be where the gap fills. ABVE is waking up. Uh-oh. Is this going to come back and do the things that it's been doing all week?
Oh, my. McDonald's.
Talked about that.
Yeah, yes, we did. And guess what, 13?
Ba-da-da-da-da.
Yep, but also massive call sweep here. $1.6 million in the trade. 4,000 contracts. This is the 320 call that expires September 19th. 4,000 contracts for a total value of 1.6 million.
And what did you say the strike was?
What?
Did you say a strike or
320? 320. The
Okay.
September 320s is how I should have said that. 4,000 of them traded here. That is a big upside bet on McDonald's. Let me see if that was part of a spread by chance.
That sounds like a black hole that could be sucking the price towards 320.
Yeah, the call wall that Mayhem talked about yesterday.
Wow. Okay, INKT 46.24 now the high.
And really quickly, that that sweep that we just talked about, not part of a spread.
INKT is just absolutely on fire. It's going to hit 50 soon.
That thing's just also straight up squeezing.
It's already 2x'd. Or I'm sorry, it's already since it opened, we've got double that, so it's 2x'd. That's crazy. Crazy. All right.
There's game that was mentioned earlier. This is on the list, but that's not really doing much anything.
Is it just kind of whipping around back and forth?
Yeah, it's basically just flat. I mean, I know it's up. It says it's up 9% here, but I mean, from like the pre-market area, it's basically just in the middle of the range.
Yeah, Arquette came back and printed above the VWAP, but it's been pulled back down again.
Hood calls. These are the 100 calls. That actually might be a closing order.
INKT hit 49 exactly. That we might see it pull off a little bit more here before it goes back up some more. All right, looks like ABVE is turning around and coming back. Got to move through the VWAP. Let's see if it holds. King, I think you might get a chance here to get if you haven't sold your position, to get out here at a little bit of a less of a loss, if not a profit. This has to get back above that VWAP and hold above it. INKT doesn't appear to be quite done yet. Looking like it's pushing back up. How big is the spread on this thing now? Looking at 50 to 75 cent spreads on INKT. Very careful, folks.
I'm still watching that here.
Yeah. Don't if you've made some great money in INKT already, don't give it back.
Matt had a conflict at the same time and can't join us anymore.
It was nice having him on.
Yep. Been pretty bearish recently, though, so I don't think it's really going all that well.
KTOS trading above its VWAP. This is another one of the drone names we were covering.
SRFM still pounding the highs. Izzy, were you trading this one? Let me know.
Oh, okay, King. Gotcha. All right, here we go.
Up here real quick.
INKT, are you going to break over 49, or is this about all you're going to give for the time being? I'm just watching it right now. It looks like we were getting some more weakness in hollow. Wasn't a big surprise there.
Nope, that was anticipated.
Yep, same thing with FTFT. Those were the junkier ones. What was another one?
SGN.
SGN, that one. Yeah, and not to I know some folks think that this is going to be great in the future, and that might be the case. But right now, just for the day trading purposes, it's probably not going to be great. And earlier I mentioned, let's let this come back in some more. Don't buy this. Don't buy this big move. Let this cool off, come back in. Maybe it falls under $2 again, and it'll be a better time for you to do your load up for the future if you want to play it that way. We might even get some more headlines before the big move comes. So, what do you got?
Nothing. I was just reading the chat here. VHV asking if Hood is on the move. We took a look at Hood briefly earlier here. This did make its move to 100, which we've been kind of waiting out here. It does look like it's trying to go higher here. I think that we saw some profit taking on some of those option trades. I think. Where's Uber at today? That's one that we haven't. So Uber's still holding above that trend line. I almost wonder if it back tests this and then makes its dash to 100. You remember there was a big Uber sweep a couple of days ago, the 140 calls. Where were those? Let me see if I can find those real quick. I can't remember exactly what the expiry was, but it was way in the future. Might have been the Januaries. Let me check. January 140. Indeed. January 140 calls. Got a huge buy. I think a 1,700 contract buy the other day. That was on the day that Uber got mentioned. It was going to be the official transportation partner of the Olympics when it comes.
Wes, BQ is a pet products online store that doesn't seem to have anywhere. Let me put it this way. Chewy shouldn't have anything to worry about. This company doesn't look, I've never heard of this company before. They just did a 1-for-60 reverse split. This thing probably has some really bad finances because it looks like it's been reverse split multiple times.
What was the ticker? Sorry, I'll bring it up.
BQ.
PQ. Thank you.
It's just getting you know, a little lift here recently, but not on a lot of volume. I don't know what the thought is here, but this looks like absolute garbage.
But a nice pop here nonetheless.
But a nice pop.
I mean, look, I'm always going to try to be glass half full there. Izzy mentioning Trump news on Canada. The quote there, hang on, I just had it here a second ago. Where did it go? God bless it.
INKT is halted to the downside now.
Trump revealed that Canada called immediately after sending the letter yesterday. Unsurprised. Trump said his letter to Canada was received pretty positively, and also said that he's willing to negotiate on the Brazil tariffs. So the same thing being played out here. This is all pretty predictable stuff, and I think that's why you're getting that market popping even more now. That was all I said here. Izzy, that was a really good shout. Really good shout on that. I'll continue to check those. And then, of course, Sideshow here saying the obvious thing that Wendy's is better than McDonald's. I mean, yes, every day of the week and twice on Sunday.
Webcoin, did I say 1 for 60, not 1 for 160? I'm sorry. I meant a 1 for 160 with BQ. You're right. You right. So yes, nice stuff with INKT. Now we're getting that selling. If this isn't done, then we're going to want to see VWAP hold up. That's down at 32.55. But I think everybody that traded this one, I think maybe have a good weekend. I don't want to tell you what to do if you want to try and trade this some more, but I think the real good money may have already been made. We'll see. These things can come back in and then rip higher later on. But if you're not planning on trading anymore today, I say thank you very much, Mr. Market, and have a nice weekend.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Yeah, Vivi saying McDonald's has better fries. I'll be honest, unless the fry is like old, cold, and soggy, it's good. Like French fries are one of those things where, oh my God, they're not good for you, but they are so good. I actually like Wendy's and McDonald's, although I haven't had it in a long time. Haven't had them in a long time. Pro tip, by the way, fries in your air fryer with reduced amounts of oil, actually not bad tasting. You can flavor them any way that you want and not as bad for you.
Bacon mushroom. Myconoclasta is saying things are looking good. Thank you. No problem.
Yeah. First of all, I love the name. But also I like that. Things are looking good. Yes, they are, as a matter of fact. Yeah, you guys talking about the Baconator, like we can't be talking about Baconators at 9 o'clock in the morning. Like I just can't handle it. Like
put a fried egg on that and then you have a nice breakfast.
But that's the thing, like on the weekend, every weekend I do a breakfast on my Blackstone, hash browns, bacon, eggs with little chorizo in it. And it's like the greatest thing ever. And now I just read these comments and we're talking about food again.
Some things are just the way they are.
Halt down on INKT.
Yeah.
I think this is what you called, right? Coming out of that.
It's been halted for some time. And we were talking about when, just a moment ago, if you're done, if you got what you want out of this trade, then maybe have a good weekend. But if you still want to trade this, that's up to you. But I think it's going to come in some more before we get some more upside. So, just be careful if you're going to trade it some more. And please don't give back the gains you made in this.
Oh my God, NEGG. So a huge fall off that little squeeze up to 40. And now we've actually bounced 4 points.
Baconator and bourbon.
You guys we're not at the weekend yet. We're not at the weekend yet. Oh man.
That's an ironworker breakfast.
Oh my God.
All right, looks like ABVE is coming back to life here. So King, think you're going to get your crown back here, buddy? Just messing with you. I think we got the producer getting hungry here with all our talk.
Producer, relatable. Relatable. I wish I could eat junk food. You and me both, Jane. I can't eat junk food. It goes straight to my thighs. Crazy.
So hey, if there was
13's
one,
like, I'm getting the hell out of here.
no. I'm looking at some of the names here, and as happy as I am about INKT, I think I have to be a little bit happier that Hollow did exactly what I knew it would do, which is just not give us a whole bunch. Yeah,
That's
I know.
not new. You've known that about Hollow forever.
Yep. It's hilarious that it still does the same stuff. Hilarious. Anyway.
Sometimes I eat ramen for breakfast. Yo, you want a hot take? You want a controversial take here? I got one for you, Vivi. There's never a bad time of the day for ramen. Don't care. 8 o'clock in the morning? Sure. 2 o'clock in the morning? Giddy up. 1 p.m.? No problem. Ramen is awesome. Ramen is awesome.
They very well might, Tom. They might leave INKT and move into something else. We'll see. They could just briefly leave it and come back once they halt something else. I've noticed. I mean, we've observed that too. Like once there's like a couple of 100% plus movers and one is halted, you end up seeing a lot of those same traders pile into the other one. Happened before.
Lion, I feel the same way. All this talk just makes me so hungry, but I can't leave and go have breakfast. You enjoy your breakfast. INKT bouncing here.
Yeah, we did get a lower open after that halt. Went down to the to where that 10:05 candle closed. That was about $40.45. Looks like that's the low of this current candle went a little bit lower than that. Still not able to recapture. Now we're in the next candle. Still not able to recapture the $49 high, but it might do it here. Get a little bit more volume, we might get a break over that $49 high because it's certainly looking like it's setting up to try and take it out.
Nick saying ramen and PB&J is the food of champions in college. I would also add Kraft macaroni and cheese with a little crushed red pepper on it. Kick it up a notch like Emerald. Bam! I would add that. I lived up that stuff in college.
King, you're out, right? Are you out? We got that print in
Where is he?
ABVE. Perfect. Yep, $4. Hopefully you
wait, Jacob King? What?
No, King. You'll see.
Oh, I thought he had just. Okay.
You'll see.
You'll see.
Yeah, King Haas, HAZ.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was like, it's Jacob that called ABVE at 4.
No, he's mentioning that it was, but I was just concerned about King and ABVE kind of hitting his account for the week. This I think saved him. This move up here. So hopefully you got out of that or did what you need to do with this and not lost your week. All right. So what INKT is going to have some more moves here. Is that what I'm getting?
Smoke Tuna says, as long as the volume sticks around, I would tend to agree. It's really got to stick around though. We've actually already seen a decrease in some of the daily volume on INKT. It's still massively elevated though, so I certainly don't want to write it off. S&P futures, new intraday highs. Close green for me. Close green for me today, Mr. Market. Close green for me.
All right, looks like INKT is still trying to push up higher.
Jacob reminds us all that we can call him the king. I promised you folks we would have fun on a Friday. I promised you.
And here I was a little concerned that we weren't going to get some good movement here in these names. Here I was.
Levi's, by the way, ticker LEVI. This actually new highs here are trying to go above 22. Levi shares are trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q2 financial results and issued full year 25 adjusted EPS guidance. Additionally, the Telsey Advisory Group raised its stock price in the stock from 21 to 24. So you got an earnings beat there. Levi's popping another rating behind it. This actually looks like it might have some more ways to go here today. Ben's Coupe. What an awesome name. I wish I had a Ben's Coupe. Cheers. Cheers to you as well. Vivi saying, mix some ketchup packets in a cup of water for delicious gazpacho. Vivi, I'll let you stay on that one. I'll be honest. I don't really care for ketchup. I ate it a lot as a kid. Now it just kind of grosses me out. And I'm not sure I want to mix it in water. But you do you, boo.
Yeah, I don't want to knock that, but I've been on the struggle bus before too, so I get it.
INKT 49 coming right. I'm going to put this back on the chart because this thing is insane, dude. Every time I've taken it off, something major has happened shortly after. And here we go. INKT looks like this is going to try and go through 49.
Yep, it's on the doorstep of it.
Ondas bouncing back after its other pull. Google
Hey,
right back on at the highs.
Izzy, 3 for 3 on Amazon. That's what I want to see. That's it.
3 for 3 on Amazon. That's actually been a good one here today.
And ABVE pulling back now after hitting that $4 mark. I don't know that I even want to. I mean, it might go up higher, but I don't even know that I'd want to touch this again. I still have the same thought that I did earlier about how we've seen this run for a day and a half. Probably going to not see so much that much more upside. But if it continues to hold VWAP, there's still that possibility. I just don't think that the way this has been trading this morning, I'd be wanting to deal with this. There's some other stuff that's having much better movement. Like look at signing day. That's starting to turn around and come back. We might get a better trade out of that now.
We need that 263 to come down.
INKT, we hit 50 and 2 cents.
Will's asking if SBET is turning. SBET pulled. You know what though? I would have rather this pulled back down to the VWAP because I still think like you might get a head fake here. Watch this candle. Feel like you might get a head fake and then print that VWAP. Did I check out ALLT a while back? I think I looked at the chart, but I didn't buy anything of it or any of it or anything. What was the deal here again? Remind me on this one. This like Uber almost, where it broke that. It looks like it's back testing that trend line here. What was this thing again? Network Intelligence and Security Solutions. So this is going to be in our cybersecurity play. I added that to the watch list here. What else does this do? Sorry, 13, get in there.
No, I was just going to answer a question about silver. We were getting a question. Silver squeeze. Maybe if gold continues to go up, then silver is going to follow. It's not always right away, but if gold goes up and silver doesn't follow as quickly, you have that gold silver ratio that continues to grow. When it's really high, like over, let's say 90, you have a much better chance of silver catching up. When it's in the triple digits, it's even greater. And we were seeing that not too long ago, where silver really was starting to accelerate towards trying to narrow the gold silver ratio.
Hey, I don't know if you recall, but shout out to the Sprott gentleman who came on here and talked about the silver ETF back here at the end of May. We're almost 10 full points on an ETF on a break higher here. And remember, this one had actually more physical exposure to the silver itself, as well as minor exposure. This was a good one. I can't wait. I think it was Steve. Don't quote me on that. I can't wait to have him back. Here you go. Haz is back.
Oh, good. So, hey, I'm glad that at least minimized your loss. But man, I was really hoping you got that. Those darn meetings. Tell them to put them on hold next time. Put them on hold next time.
No, dude, it's crazy. No, I'm serious. Like I can relate to that. S&P futures new highs, intraday highs. I can relate to that because there are so many times where I have meetings and God, the product meeting where I sit down and talk with the developers about what we're going to do for pro. It's literally at the same time as any time we have a Fed decision. It drives me insane. It drives me insane.
So don't set it for 1 p.m. Is it 1 p.m. or 2 p.m.? Don't set it for when they do it, basically.
Well, yeah, duh. It's 2 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Central. But the meeting is, there's a lot of people that go to it. It was set a long time ago and I lead it. So it's just, it is what it is. Real quick here. James, did you guys talk about the whale options on UNH yet? Was that something from today? Was that something from before? UNH was back in the news. More bad news here. Let's see. Did we have anything on here? Here, by the way, this was another thing. Not out of the woods yet, end quote, says top analyst on lowering United Health's target. They, Department of Justice criminal probe into Medicare fraud dependencies for UNH. I don't think this is done yet.
Hey, I King has. You're a boss, dude. You got that much work to deal with, and you're trying to trade. I want you to have as successful of a time trading as you can. But I think it'd be a good idea that if you are going to trade and you have to walk away, it's potentially more detrimental when you have open positions and you're not paying attention to what's going on. So don't want to tell you what to do with your trading account, but just keep in mind that you're not even active trading. You're not watching it for the price action you're looking for. You're gonna miss opportunities. You're gonna run into some issues. So I would just encourage that if you're not going to be able to actively manage your trade, that you either don't do it or you just take it off, because things can happen, and hopefully you don't get to a situation where you have to take your eyes off and the stock craters and you come back and you're down even more. Just want to encourage good trading. Don't leave a position on and walk away from your desk or take your attention away from it. It leads to more detriment than anything else.
Or just swing trade, since you're so busy with just skip
Yeah.
day trading entirely. Real quick here. Where did I see that? Alt, ALLT is a lightweight, no code like cybersecurity play aimed at mobile electronics. Interesting. So protecting those with. I'm watching In Line of the Rise with drones. I wouldn't have even thought about that. That's not a bad idea, ET. I wonder if those drones can very easily be hacked. INKT, by the way, 55-year high print. Smoke tuna. What a call earlier that it's not done if the volume stays around. Look what happened. Volume stuck around. Stock's ripping.
Jeez, $55 even now is the high.
Yeah.
You know what? That's fine. I'm glad that it's doing what it's doing. This is a much bigger call than I was expecting, or a much bigger move than I was expecting out of this one. I had a feeling it was going to do good, but man, didn't expect this. But it's fine. I got what I wanted out of it. I'm happy. I don't even want to chase it at this point.
This is something that I wanted to talk about here. This is a thesis, Izzy, that I've just kind of been thinking about and reaching out about quietly over the last few days. But we might as well bring it up here for initial discussions right now. Pot stocks might be the next movers the next week or so. Look how his message is all in caps, like he's literally screaming at the top of his lungs. Incredible.
It's an announcement.
MSOS, this is one of the ETFs that you can watch here. It does really seem like things are starting to change. If you follow Todd Harrison on Twitter, there's a lot of good stuff coming out from him. Brady Cobb, a lot of good stuff coming out from him. It feels to me, this is, again, I don't have anything concrete, which is one of the reasons why I don't want to talk about it too much here. But I have the little man inside, the gut telling me that I think we might be getting close to a move here in some of these cannabis names. Here's the problem with this. If we get rescheduling news, these things are going to triple overnight. CGC is going to be a 3 bid the next day, and it's like $1.20 now. So, Izzy, this to me feels like a binary trade here, but I do think something might be brewing here. All Trump has to do is say, yeah, we'll take a look at marijuana, and these things are going to go ballistic. So I'm with you on this. I don't have enough information to really feel great. At this point, these trades feel nothing more than spec trades.
Yeah, and I think that's just the big thing that has to happen is that rescheduling. More than anything else, that's what has to happen. Now, I haven't been paying attention to what this current administration's been on about with the rescheduling, but last I saw the DEA, I don't know who the head honcho is or whatever, but I thought they said they weren't going to consider it at this time.
Send me that if you find that.
I'll have to look it up.
Yeah, I get the opposite. Honestly, I'll take the other side of that. We'll see. I'll take the other side of that. No position though, so it's easy for me to say that. OKLO here. This is one of the nuke stocks we talked about. This pulling back after a rip above 57.
Gosh.
Google more highs intraday. Let's effing go. S&P futures more highs.
INKT 57 and more now. Here comes 58.
Now, Vivi, so this is an interesting separate branch of that. We need more psychedelics to be rescheduled. So there actually is a push from that. Isn't it Rick Scott from Texas that is making like a huge move to try to get ibogaine rescheduled. I think there's more talk about having ayahuasca rescheduled and all of that. There's another move for this too. I just think it's going to be easier with cannabis. I think in terms of like, how can we trade this? I think the way this goes is that you probably get lax on cannabis first, then maybe some of those psychedelics. I could be wrong about that, but that's just kind of what I'm thinking. OKLO, big pull here coming back to the VWAP. Ondas back up to 220. There is huge size right here at 220, and they're chipping it.
You're talking about Senator Rick Scott.
Rick Scott. Is that what I, yeah.
Yeah, from Florida. Right?
Oh, it was Florida. Did I say Texas? It was Rick Perry.
Oh,
it's Rick Perry from Texas. That's what it is.
It's one of them Ricks.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay, so Texas to invest $50 million into psychedelic drug ibogaine. IBOGAINE.
Yeah, ibogaine. That's illegal here. There's been a number of veterans that have gone to Mexico to get ibogaine treatment. Sean Ryan has made no secret about talking about this on multiple podcasts. Incredible results from that. So I think a lot of that is coming here. Vivi, again, yep, it helps veterans with PTSD. Seen that a lot.
Okay, let me just link that article here for y'all. So there you go. It's from Texas Tribune. Rick Perry is backing in $50 million investment from the state.
SRFM, by the way, Izzy, earlier you had said boom. Here you go. SRFM continues to boom. Business is booming, baby.
See Musk, Elon. That's funny, Pete.
Does Musk venture with that stuff?
I have to think he still does. I mean, he's always making the references. And anyway, I mean, I don't know if he's doing it on a daily basis or not, but we know he partakes.
Yeah, that doesn't bother me at all. Doesn't bother me at all. And again, I think what's even more important than Elon, I don't really care what you think about Elon, to be quite honest with you. That doesn't do anything for me or anyone else. But the success stories, just kind of going back to the success stories, especially for veterans that have suffered severe trauma in one way or another. Some of these psychedelics are actually providing help for the quality of life, and all of that should be looked into. That's just, I will never think differently on that.
Kathy, I was about to answer your question, but I think you got your answer. It is over for now, looking for the pre-market highs of 423. And INKT is still trying to figure out if it wants more than 58.50. Wonder if this thing 3X's today.
Twitter Streets have anything for us today?
If we 3X, that means that we're going to see 63.21.
Don't see anything great. On the Twitter streets. Looks like our group has been doing a way better job.
Fantastic. AMD is getting a mention here that it's popping. Yeah, we did get a little sell-off down to underneath 42, and then it just absolutely rebounded, and now we're coming back up to some of the pre-market highs. I guess this would be after hours at this point. So like AMD, so looking for much higher levels from here. That breakthrough and back test of the 500-day SMA, beautiful.
This AMD looks like this one's higher.
Oh, I think it's going to go higher.
Zep, this is one from earlier this week, or was this last week? This was Tuesday of this week. Zep, now 9, going for the 9 handle here.
Yeah, Jane, Hollow does look like it's trying, coming back up to its VWAP. If it breaks through that, I still think that we have the 850 level to deal with. That was support after it moved through that level around 845 this morning. It got support from that, but on the way down when it was halting, it blasted right through it. So I like 850 if we make it, if the price somehow makes it through VWAP.
Bitcoin back at the morning highs here. This looks like it might be 118.5. See if we can get back above 119. That would be one to watch. S&P futures continue to tick up. Same with the NASDAQ.
Nancy Lou, are you referring to Kodak, like Eastman Kodak? Give us a ticker if you could, because if you're referring to KODK, this has been moving this morning, and I think it might
KODK,
yeah, it might just be on the fact that Trump's, it might be on some Trump speak, because we've seen plenty of times going all the way back to COVID. Whenever he comes on, this tends to get a move. Now, I don't know if there's some other news today regarding this.
No, the last thing here, they posted on X on Tuesday afternoon that Kodak is expanding in pharma with new FDA registered, CGMP facility in ROC, producing critical components and reagents for medical testing.
Okay.
But again, that was from Tuesday.
Okay, but we, I have 8 marked off here. This was a level that got marked off for a number of years now, I believe. We could see that if I was just looking at something. I'm sorry, give me 1 second.
Okay,
we could see that pretty soon. This is a short squeeze we're seeing here, I think, with Kodak. Almost 20% of the float shorted over 10.5 days to cover. That's what I was looking at. So it's Kodak Pharmaceuticals right now, no longer Eastman Kodak Company.
It says Eastman Kodak. That's what I have.
I know, but I think the thought here now is because they're moving into or expanding into pharma, that it's going to be, Kodak Pharmaceuticals. Oh, and they have the FDA registered as active. Okay, so they are a pharmaceutical company, in addition to other things like film developments. But yeah, so I would just say that we are seeing some squeezing action here. That's on no news. That's what I would attribute it to, because that's the only thing that stands out here. All right, INKT compressing. Maybe it's either just setting up for the next push higher, maybe into 60, or it's losing steam and might start to sell off.
Hey, how about BBAI? Mark was just telling you about this one here, saying looks like some more downside. He bought some puts himself. BBAI down 5.25% early here today.
No, Jeff, I don't know the history of film, if Kodak is where it began, but that was one of the bigger companies for a good period of time. I don't know if it's where it began, though. Jacob, we looked at BQ earlier. That what was that company? That was like a Chewy competitor, I think.
Yeah,
and
it just went straight up.
Yeah, I mean, this thing. Well, it just had a reverse split, and I got this wrong earlier. It's a 1-for-160 reverse split, so that makes the float much easier to move around. We have no short interest in this, really. So I think being that it's been just absolutely smack down, and you had that reverse split, that's why you're seeing the trade higher here now. But I don't know how great this company is. I don't think it's that great compared to Chewy. I think Chewy's the better online pet retailer.
Yeah, way better. Ondas is pulling a little bit here, pulled right down to the first area that it pulled from. Again, that you should be entirely unsurprised that that's happening. Entirely unsurprised.
INKT is now halted to the downside. MACD is looking like it's going to start to curl and cross to the downside. So I think this could be done for now, if not the day. And folks, this has been a fantastic mover this morning. Hopefully, y'all made some great money in this one. Oh, look at ABVE. This thing now making a new high. So here we go. I guess it's not done. 432. After we sold off over $1 this morning, we are now recapturing that dollar and going higher.
Love this. Day trader took time out of his work now. Let us know they closed SBET for a short-term swing. That earns you a register ring, boss. Good trade there. Rhett asking BBAI, is it going back to fill the small gap at the 585 area? I think this is what you're talking about right in here, right? 585. This looks like a, 624? Yes. Rhett, let me just answer your question. Yes, it looks to me like this is going to try and fill that gap.
Yep.
Yes. So we've got $6, I think, as the breakout level here. Yeah.
I got 590 marked off there from previous price action. You look and see back in February this year, as this price was coming down, once it lost that level on February 24th, it spent the next 3 days trying to recapture it to no avail. So I do like that 590 area.
Producer here, Alcaraz 2 sets to 1. So Fritz got a set at least. So we're on the last set there. Go Fritz.
Way to go, Mama Bear. Out of ABVE, she took that
Boom.
trade. All right.
We'll take that.
Well, I don't know. I thought that I gotta admit, I did not think that today was going to be the kind of day that we were getting. I thought that when I was looking at some of these movers, I was like, there might be one good one in here and not a whole lot else.
Well, the INKT one was good. I mean, that one was great.
Yeah. That one was the only one that really looked good, and even I wasn't anticipating a move all the way up to 58.50.
Yeah,
it just really hit it. It's at really low float, only 1 million shares in the float. Rocket down again. Oh,
Palantir back to its VWAP after the impulse move. That's doing a good job holding higher here. Market has been raging since the open to the upside, taking a bit of a break here. We'll see if that reverses at all, or if it just kind of consolidates before going.
U.S.-China relations improved after positive pragmatic meeting. That was about 24 minutes ago. Didn't catch that until just now. And we've already passed that 10:30 point. No, just don't. No. I'm not talking about marrying any of these names. These are all girlfriends. We don't want to marry any of these. I was looking at the pre-market. I was thinking we might get 1, maybe 2 movers, but it just didn't look like a great morning because I recognize a lot of these names and I know how they trade. And I was like, when I saw Hollow and FTFT up there, I was just like, oh God, it's gonna be one of these days. So happy that it wasn't.
Levered Ripple ETF up 25% here. XXRP. Newegg, the squeezer. Ondis bounced a little bit off that pull. Sorry, 13.
No, it's okay. He's saying it was a pleasant week. I believe he means kicking butt and taking names, but he got kitten in there because autocorrect doing its things. Kitten butt.
There you go, Ed.
Thoughts on CYN? This was another mover from this week, wasn't it? Or from another time I know we traded CYN.
Yeah,
before.
This is Sinjin. This is popping on volume. Did we have news with this?
Not since the 6th, so over the weekend. And then prior to that, they secured $32 million in funding.
Robotics company, NVIDIA partnership, drive mod, and autonomous driving solution that can be flexibly deployed on multiple vehicles.
Is this short interest correct? 32.5% of the float shorted, up from 2.6% the last read.
What was the? I don't have a split. Oh yeah, I do. Yeah, okay. Last split here was February. So
okay, so it wasn't that. Some folks really just took a big short position in this, I guess, and now they're getting squozen. We're seeing a lot of the short squeezes today. SBET sitting, says Will. Is he saying Ryan 13 silver insane new gold move?
Yeah, we've been looking at that.
Yep. We're anticipating a lot more inflation talk. Probably going to get some more moves in the metal. Looks like INKT is open. It did not go down. As a matter of fact, it's trying to push higher. Still not up to the 58.50 high that it put in about 20 minutes ago, but it is trying to come back up right now. We also have KTOS approaching the highs of the session. High of the session, 52.44. Current price, 51.87. Looks like Hollow couldn't get back up to view up quite yet. Signing day, still trying to turn around. That's back up to its view up, trying to hold over it at this point. We did have that trend line in there, so keep an eye on that price action. If this can get up to 285, and retake that, because 285 is about where I see the resistance from the the support from the pre-market after we had moved through that level. About 280, 285 is where it was getting support going into the open. So that's going to be a resistance level as it comes back up. ABVE now pulling after hitting 440. Glad you folks are out of that one.
Yeah, it was a good sell there.
Mm-hmm. Mama Bear's going to have a good weekend. I know it. All right, here we go. INKT looking for those 5850 highs. SBET looks like it's turning up.
IBIT with some pretty good call flow here. Actually, repeats here. IBIT holding higher by 4%.
I mean, you could be right about SBET, Will. I just want to see more volume out of this. Like if you look at the beginning of the day and this move that took us up to 22.14, the volume was like over a million, almost 2 million shares in that 5-minute period. We haven't even hit 300,000 yet in this current 5-minute period, and we're almost on to the next candle. So for me, if this is going to turn around, because I'm not saying that you're wrong, but what I'm saying is I need to see more volume in this if we're going to get back up to that high we printed earlier in this session.
Izzy saying, Ryan, coffee prices are going up. Are you okay? LOL. Yes, I am. I actually just placed an order at Nespresso yesterday. It cost me $150, but I should be good for a while.
Hey, no problem, Will. I hope
Should be good for a while.
Now, what do we have?
VIX popped, obviously, overnight on the tariff stuff. That's come in as well. 1644 on the VIX.
Oh, hey, look at this. We were trading Cleveland Cliffs earlier this week, and this has had a pretty decent morning, coming up to the after hours highs after selling off this morning. Went down to 945, and now we're up at knocking on the door of 980. Just looking through some of the things we were trading earlier this week, and this happened to pop up. Well, seems like the volume is going to be a little suppressed for the moment. Not seeing too many things that are really, taking off. A lot of the movers, this morning looking a little tired. Are we still thinking that INKT has got more to go, because it still hasn't gotten
it's starting to trade sideways to me. Christoph's had enough. Christoph's had enough. Does anyone see a setup? Can we stop trying INKT every 2 seconds?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not saying we're trying INKT, but I'm just kind of cycling through the movers, and this has been the best one so far this morning. So I just keep coming back to see if we're going to get some more, or if we're actually finished with this one. It looks like it's starting to really lose some steam here, and if we drop beneath 50, I think we can just stop talking about it for good. But at the same time, there's not a whole lot of other things that look great. So that's why we keep coming back to it as well.
Yeah, it's. I don't feel great about a new trade here. I know we dealt with the platform issues earlier today. I'm actually in a bunch of swings. I'd love to exit. I'd actually like to exit more of this Google. So hopefully that can take out 180. I'll do that here today if we get that.
Yeah, and we don't have a whole lot of time left in the show. But if there's a ticker you want us to take a look at, just go ahead and post it, and I'll see what I can find out with what you give
and
us.
Don't forget, we got Anne Marie coming up, and I got a sneaking suspicion she's going to be looking at some Bitcoin names. So if that's something that you're looking for, you might be able to gain something from that here in just a couple of minutes. Yes. Yes, Tom, we do get Anne Marie here today. Have a great weekend, Samel, Kevin. Have a great weekend. Anyone else that's out here a little early, have a great weekend.
We are getting a request to look at ASTS. That having a pretty good morning, up almost 5%. Let's take a look at the chart here. So this actually bouncing off a bit of a trend line here. Do you want to draw a trend line, Ryan? An ASTS? Because there's a high back from February of 2021. I drew a trend line from there through the August high of 2024. We broke through that trend line in June, and now we've back tested it.
So I don't have 2021 on here. I think we've gone over this before.
Oh, gotcha. Okay,
Sean, Yo, good morning, Ryan. Long time. Indeed, Sean. This is OG happy hour member. When we started that shit during COVID, Sean was one of the guys that joined. Sean, hope you're well, man. Miss ya. Thanks for your service.
So for ASTS, if you want to do a trend line so that we can try and match what I've got, start at that August high from last year, and then draw it through the high from June 16th. Because the next a couple of days later, we broke through that level, and that's kind of what I want to illustrate here. No, you got it too high. So I'm talking about the high from June 16th. It's not going to be that high. It's going to be it's,
Got it. I see it.
Yeah. There you go. So we broke through that trend line. We came back, tested it. Now we're moving off it and recapturing the 20-day SMA in the process. That looks good to me. That's the kind of price action you want to see. The next thing I want to see next is 2 more closes at least above the 20-day SMA, and then a recapture of 50. And we could probably move on to some new all-time highs after that. That would be the ideal price action I'd like to see. INKT is 50, so that's coming in. Still going sideways. ABVE, that's actually coming in. That's looking for the VWAP. Kava Swing, asks Ray. Has this thing? Oh, it certainly has come under 100 finally. I don't know. It looks like it's got a double, almost a double bottom.
Triple if you go back to August of 2024.
Yeah. So it looks like there's a lot of sellers at 100. So maybe you have there's a $10 in there that you could capture per share. I don't know that we're going to get back up to the 200-day SMA. Let me look at the valuation here. Forward P ratio is still really high. I got to think that this is still going to see some lower prices, but maybe it breaks out and hits 100 first. I don't have a great feeling about it. Let me draw a trend line here. Maybe this comes back up to about 96 before we get some resistance.
13 PRB 1 sec before we go to Emery.
Sounds good. So if for a swing trade, I don't see a whole lot more upside where we're at, because I think that the valuation of this is a little high compared to where it should be. But maybe traders just don't care and they just want to push this up anyway. So I would think that if you're going to see some resistance, it's going to come at around 96 to 100. That would be my thought there on that. Recommend a swing trade. Don't do recommendations, but let me see if I can.
Here's what I would say about that. If you feel as if you need somebody else to recommend a swing trade for you, probably hold off. Instead, wait for something that makes sense to you, that you feel convicted about. It's going to be a lot easier to trade that. Markets and Mayhem, happy Friday. Indeed, it has been a happy Friday. Welcome back. And Amanda, hello. Happy Friday to you as well.
Good to see y'all. And we're about to go. Well, I am anyway. I'm going to go hit that.
Still good to see everybody, though. Let's be clear.
Absolutely. Well, looks like ABVE is trying to push back up here. I just don't like the volume on these things right now.
I'll be honest with you. I don't really care for any of the movers. There was no way I was going to try something as risky as INKT with broker issues right out of the open. And that ended up really kind of being the only good one here today. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, Google's still trading up to the highs. Get above 180. Let's start feeling more of that.
INKT lost 50. So we're seeing a little bit more of an acceleration to the downside. If this continues, looks like $40 is going to be the next support area. And that's just above my VWAP here. And looks like ABVE is getting another left here up to looks like 430 next is the next big resistance area. See a wall of sellers right there. Don't know how
I'm gonna get a glass of water real quick before we do the wrap up.
Sounds good. That's the news, Billy. It was with their T797 treatment drug. They are still in trials with that. And they also had some recent news about how that also was used in a treatment for what was that? Gastric cancer. So going to expect some more news with this one as well. But they only have about a quarter's worth of cash, so they're going to have to find some money somehow, either through a capital raise or a partnership or something.
Okay.
All right.
We're
Time
ready.
for me to go.
Okay. Well, we can get. Well, Emery's. Is she even here yet? Not yet.
Okay, then I can hang out.
I'll do it by myself. Okay.
I can hang out until she arrives. What
She
else?
should be here any minute. MP pulled off that 50 spot, by the way. And INKT looks like this is arcing back towards the VWAP there, 39.82.
CVM just broke through its VWAP. This was a halt fest to the downside earlier this morning.
Goog cranking. Let's go.
There you go. You're going to get your exit, I think, aren't you?
At least partial here. I've still got all of next week, and the calls are 182.50. So if I go into the money, I'll probably just keep half on for the move next week if we get follow through. But I definitely would love to book some before the weekend. And I only booked one call earlier, just to kind of test that. But would love to see some more of that. 4 for 4 on Amazon. Izzy,
Nice.
Dude, what a day!
Busy Izzy.
You know what I will say though? He did call here not long ago. Reload Amazon under 224. It dipped under 224 and then popped and is actually now looking like 225 possible. So that was a good call.
I like it.
That was a good call. Okay. There we go. That's Anne-Marie. Okay. There's the T. 13. Closing words. What do you got coming up here?
Well, folks, been another wonderful week with y'all. Look forward to next week. Don't have really any to say beyond that. Have a good weekend. Take care. I'll see you on Monday. Enjoy Anne-Marie. You're gonna have a great time, and I am too. Time for the pool. See ya.
Okay, I am actually going to tie 13 into my dad joke here. I asked the farmer for 13 asparagus, or for 12 asparagus, and he gave me 13. I guess the extra one was just a spare, I guess. All right, 13, take care of yourself. We'll see you next week. 13's departure leaves room for Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie, who thought that was funny, at least somebody did. How you doing, Anne-Marie? Happy Friday.
I'm a great audience for anybody comedy. I will laugh at just about everything. So good dad joke. I like it.
Okay. We can also tell I can also tell a dad joke about jumping rope, but I guess I'll skip that one. Okay, I'm done, Anne-Marie. What do you got coming up here? Here's your screen for that. What do you got coming up for us?
So a couple of things. Oh, I like how this looks. I thought we would quickly look at your two suggestions of AVAV and KTOS. And AVAV doesn't look fabulous to me, and I'll tell you why. The end of June really faded from this seasonal space. Now, it did bounce off of this 232, but there are sellers up here at this 261 all the way up to 277. Looks to me like we're really far away from the moving averages. I would say if you're thinking about going long this one, might not be a bad idea to wait for it to retest the 230-ish area to confirm, because it is a breakaway formation, no doubt about it. But not strong, and there's a gap all the way down to 203. So if I was really thinking about placing a position here for a longer term move, I would say no cigar. If, however, you're jumping on the runaway train and you went to AVAV, I would suggest going just 7 days out and building a nice butterfly. And I don't know why my system is being so slow. I just restarted it.
So really quick, Anne-Marie, I don't know if you were around for this or if you noticed this yourself, but there were a number of people reporting that Thinkorswim this morning was not working. Like
Oh,
charts were not
sure.
working. You saw it too? Okay, yeah,
No
so did I.
quotes. Yeah, no quotes in the spreads, nothing. Yeah.
And it seems to be working now. And I actually did a test by closing one of my Google contracts and everything worked. So hopefully you might just have some residual slowness from whatever took place this morning.
Yeah. So what is that little thing that you tell me to do?
You go to the help tab. So right along the top there, and then you go to the system sub tab. And this is good because anyone that has Thinkorswim, you might be able to get something from this. Click on that help tab.
Yeah.
Oh, it hasn't updated on the screen yet.
Yeah. No, it's not updating here either.
Okay.
Yeah.
And interesting, it's not giving you the beach ball either.
No. Yeah.
And the
super
time
weird.
I see that little second counter at the top is skipping seconds.
Yeah.
So yeah, so clearly we got another issue here.
Yeah. We got some problems.
That is now it looks like it's resolving a little bit. Can you try clicking on the help tab again? Alpha says
Okay.
my toss is good, so
Yeah. All right.
it's just
Let's
not.
see. Yeah.
And you can't go back to the chart either, right? So none of your tabs seem to be working.
Yeah. Oh, geez. What a crummy way to start. All right. Let me restart this. Maybe.
Yeah, I'll bring up my charts here for a sec. Let me do that here real quick. You know what I can do? I can actually, if you want, while you're trying to restart that, we can try and rechart AVAV here. Let me do that on my big chart tool. Oh, you were already looking at the options though. Yeah. Bummer.
All right. Here's the help. Collect garbage.
Yeah, help, and then the system sub tab, and then the collect garbage button. Hopefully that gives you some better performance.
Daggone it. Not doing anything.
You want to try restarting toss? I almost wonder if you'll get locked out again, though.
Yeah, I'm concerned about that. So it appears that it's slow going, but let's get to the Analyze tab. If you're staring down, here we go. If you're staring down something that says, hey, this could rise into the end. You could choose the butterfly, 260, 270, 280. Dang it.
Yeah, you're getting an update like once every 7 seconds on your platform here.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
All right. So there it is. It's $1.40 for upside pressure. Listen, this is only 7 days. Okay. So you want to be, we're going to run the seasonality into the end of the month. And that might be the trade to take. I don't love this one because I think it's in rotation. And I don't like how it closed the month in June, and then how it's behaved since the beginning of July.
Can I ask you another hypothetical question on this? This is more conceptual than specific, but AVAV traditionally looked at as the best in breed here amongst the drone names. Solid business, been around for a while. Obviously, it's performing pretty well. Given the catalyst that we had about Hegseth kind of fast tracking drone, you're talking about rotation. Would you expect to see some rotation maybe out of a leader into maybe some of the smaller names that might try and play catch up with the catalyst backing them?
That is an excellent proposition. That actually is an excellent proposition. I would not be surprised, especially if folks can get it on the cheap. We are in a junk rally. Lots of things are catching a bid, and that could be very, very good to consider. This one, it just did not start the month off well, and now we're really, you can see that from the daily chart, we really are coming into a spot where there's a lot of selling pressure. right up here at the 265 to 270. Could it blow through? Yes. That's why I suggest if you feel good about this sort of thing, that might be a potential position to take if you're looking for upside motion.
Okay.
All right, let's look at your other one, and that is KTOS. Fingers crossed.
And both of these, by the way, in the same theme there with the drone comments from Hegseth.
Yeah. So this to me, and this happens a lot. So let's talk about this. Let's say you're looking at a chart and you're thinking to yourself, "Oh, this is the top here. They've been moving up here, moving up here, moving up here." Let's think about what traders actually do here. So when big positions liquidate, they liquidate into strength. And when a short position has been piling up here, let's say you and I are looking at this and we're saying, this thing is not going anywhere. I'm going to short it because I think it's going to fall into the range. And maybe I'm looking at the same thing and I'm saying, yeah, I think the short's great. The moment it breaches the edge of the formation, it begins to trigger stops. And the news that came on the horizon, notice it gapped up, tiny little tail. So nobody was selling there. It's all these sellers that are now forced to cover. And so my suspicion is that this is a selling tail. This is folks saying, holy crap, I waited 12 days to short this thing, thinking it was going to break down, and now I've got to cover. And that is huge here. You can see big price action on the selling pressure space. So maybe they're trying to re-short it up here at these edges. Let's take a look at the weekly. Isn't it all-time highs?
KTOS, that's a good question, actually. I think
It
so. Yeah, I
is.
think it is. Yep.
Yeah. So to me, this looks like your classic blow off top where traders positioned short and then got left holding the bag. Look at the 1618. That's right at the round $50 area. Here's the thing. If this thing closes above 50 next week, it could have a little bit more room to run to the upside, and that would mean 60. So let's put a tickler on this to look at it on Tuesday when we come together. We still have a few days. Might be nice, but my thought is this drive upward is short selling. And so short sellers buying to cover is what I think they're doing.
Okay.
All right. So you're right. We are going to stare down these Bitcoin names. Let's start with Mara.
Perfect.
That one, they had a lot of news that was sort of junky way back in the past. They've been basing for a while, and now we've seen the huge bounce in Bitcoin. And as Larry McDonald likes to say, the tourists are back to the game. And so those traders are going to go, holy cow, I better buy something up here. And so this literally, it's got some price action that could hold for the next week or so. So let's draw Fibonacci on it, and then I'll show you what I've set up. Folks who like things nice and simple are going to be pretty happy with this trade because it's
Love it.
simply the long calls, the 20 long calls expiring on the 18th, 62 cents. It makes the break even just a little bit, maybe $1 over the current price. And the volatility is showing $1.80 on the move. And so if you take this one here at 20 and you get into, say, Wednesday, and it's up at 22, It'll be in the money. It'll be probably 100% return on these stats per se, but don't go betting the farm because you never know what's going to happen. And if you're inclined to say, well, maybe I just feel better using a spread because at least, at least they're not going to have uh, a big clip. If you say, hey, I want to buy 10 of these, it might be better to choose a spread. It would cut down on your cost of being exposed, by about 20%. And then that upside pressure, I don't think it heads into 24. You never know. If it does, that's going to be one heck of a trade. So there you go. That's what
Okay.
I like for Mara.
I like that. That's easy too. Either just
Yeah,
calls on their own or maybe a simple spread there to capture some more upside, especially after the
exactly.
move we've got here in Bitcoin.
Yeah. All right. So the next thing is IBIT. And so this is the Bitcoin ETF. It's got a lot of call volume sitting in here into expiration. You can see some pretty good lot, although I think someone just sold 100,000 shares here. Let's see what size that was. Yep, someone just sold 100,000 shares. Guess what? If he's wrong or she's wrong, they are going to have to buy to cover. And so my thought is the same sort of thing is happening here. We had sellers piled up here. They hoped for it to lose the edge, but we spent literally, look at this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks dancing around 60. Everybody thinking, all right, it should come in. We should have some sideways motion. And then we're off to the races. So this move up is a combination of buyers buying the breakout because they're the tourist traders looking for another big move. I think that ledge takes us up to 70, potentially 75 if the short sellers decide, oh, this thing's got to roll over, and it doesn't. So, couple of things.
Real quick here, Emery, let me
Yeah,
just jump in. Joe is asking, can you magnify? Joe, I don't think we can. I think
no,
I think,
that's
Emery, I think
max.
you're good. Yeah, I think what's going on here is that we got an internet connection issue. And what happens is it lowers the resolution a little occasionally. I'd be happy to reread out any of the things that you can't see. This is ticker IBIT, IBIT. And what she's got here right now, I think you're about to do a new trade on this, right?
Yes,
So
absolutely.
we'll read those out to you, Joe, if you can't see them. It does look like it's a little bit sharper now, though.
Yeah. So again, we've got 7 days of moves that we're giving it. The 70 calls are going for 45 cents. You could also do the 68 calls for $1. You need to set an alert, folks. Once this thing gets up into that 70 area, heavy congestion, people are going to start taking profits. It's a big fat round number. And so, you might want to put it in and say, hey, I'm just looking for 100% profit. Not too bad for a 7-day move. You get it, you buy it at 45, you put a sell order out at 90, and you just don't think about it. And there you go. The second thing you could do is buy the 68. It's about 2.5 times more expensive, but the break even is $69, which puts us well inside of that target near 70 that I suspect we have. And then the last thing that you could do, if you're saying to yourself, I hear this gunslinger thing, I hear you, but I want to have something that's going to give me a lot more probability of being right than being wrong. And so that's the 65-70 call spread. It's going for 222. If it goes all the way up to 70, you're going to get that for, more than 100% gains. Absolutely. You could also say, hey, maybe this pulls in a little before the next move up. And so You try to sell this one, you try to buy it at about 160, see if it comes in. You could get it, it could run past you. As the morning moves, my thought with IBIT is that it will slow a little bit, pull back into a frontline support zone, and then give you some more upshot. Right now, it's in a clear breakaway. So the fade might be 66. But again, what we're doing is looking for a reflexive continuation move. Look at all the green here, a lot of green buying. And so we expect that reflexive move to give us a little bit more upside action in the near term. If we take a look at the 30-minute chart, you can see all of these folks in this ledge. They're either buying, or they're up here. Look at the wicks, selling. Either way is going to cause a reflexive move. And so just so long as we don't break that $66.60 area, things look pretty good for bullish expansion. So if you want to wait until it fades to that zone, absolutely you can do that as well.
Okay.
Wow, gold is screaming forward right now. The metals are catching an unbelievable bid. Platinum is going to the stinking moon. All right.
So do you like PALL on that? Oh, that's palladium, I guess.
Yeah,
So
that's
that wouldn't be
palladium.
platinum.
But I
Okay.
do like palladium because it is an industrial metal. Sprott has an SPPT. Is that it? I think that's maybe physical platinum, but they don't do options. That's how they're able to keep things honest in that one. But that platinum is one to watch. There's definitely supply issues going on with the platinum space. All right, let's take a look at SoFi. That's been running off the
Sure has. That's another popular one here.
Yeah, it's been really running. So look at the motion, right? It's got earnings on 7/29. So this could easily be buy the rumor, sell the news, right? Old resistance up here at about 24. We think this is going to run completely in the space. The 22s, take a look at this. The 22s expiring next Friday are 52 cents. So again, about $1 away. The implied volatility is saying $1.60, but I would suspect that there's more going on here in my mind. Spreads
Okay.
are very nice and tight.
Yes,
If
they
you
are.
if you wanted to buy a spread and say, hey, I don't want to spend all of it in one place, I would say, maybe do the 21 23s, but it doesn't really save you a ton. So, oh geez, it got wonky again on me. Here we go. Click. See that little weird buy
Yeah.
thing that shows up there. Anyways,
Yep.
yeah. So there's the 21/23 spread. That's 76 cents. Well, I mean, it is about 30% less, but this is also uncapped in terms of it. If this thing turns around and runs all the way to 24, it's going to look really, really nice. So that's what I like with SoFi. Everything is very bullish right now, and it is. I mean, take a look at what we've got, right? We just signed the big fat beautiful bill. That means oh, they don't use the word fat in there. Okay, so the big beautiful bill. The big beautiful bill. We've got all this information about, how that's going to generate earning spaces. We've got all kinds of things going on in this area of seasonality. And then come August 1, we're going to see what the reflexive action is on those tariffs. And I don't know that traders are going to front run a stop, but I think 1st of August is going to be super interesting week.
Yeah, it does. It does kind of seem like we're setting up for another, maybe, waiting for that day. I know we were kind of waiting this week for July 9, kind of not a lot of action there, but maybe we're waiting for that again.
Yeah.
The one thing I wanted to say here real quick, there was a quote that I read earlier here. I'm going to reread it to you. It was just on that tariff headlines that you were just kind of talking about there. This is from Michelle Gibley, the director of international research at the Schwab Center for Financial Research. She says, quote, markets appear to have become desensitized to tariff news, end quote.
Yeah, I did hear that.
Completely agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And so we got the new Fed coming in who might be dovish. And so everybody's thinking, ooh, rates are going to come in and so on and so forth. And that's going to put some more pressure on the dollar. I'm not particularly happy about that since I'm going to be traveling. Everything's going to be super expensive. However, that's another reason that we're seeing the metals catch the bid that they are catching. They are catching an extreme bid. So maybe Tuesday we'll talk about what's going on with the metals also.
Cool.
Yeah,
got one more?
Coin. Very big move up. Now, we know that these guys are really at the forefront of what's going on. We had this break to the north. A couple of folks on the Benzinga Pro side, we were talking about setting up some trades. We set up some trades last week on it, and so, or week before last, actually, and they continue to hold very nicely. We're getting a little long in the tooth, but we have earnings on. Earnings season is going to be wild this year.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah. We have earnings on the 31st. It's pulled back $7 already this morning, so it's taken a breath, but that's good, right? It's good for it to take a breath. Let's go to the Analyze tab and see the couple of things that we have engaged. Now, this is a little bit longer because I suspect coin will have a little bit of a digestion move since it's owned by so many different people.
Mhm.
And so the first thing I would suggest is the Iron Condor in September. That would be selling the 420, 430s and selling the 250, 240s on the put side. It gives us a $3.40 credit. If per happenstance this continues to catch fire, look at the price of the butterfly. So what coin does from a seasonality perspective is really ebb and flow. So if it rockets up, although it's all the way in September, if you paid 75 cents for it, all of a sudden it's at 430 and you're like, oh my gosh, that's only $1.50. Sell it. Sell it when it moves into these highs, even though it's so far away. I've got it in September because I think it's going to slip into that motion and then give itself another rise. But what I want to do is catch the move that could potentially leak into August. This
So-
is the one I see leaking into August. Look at the price. Did you just see that?
I sure did. That thing popped right there. And I also, at the same time, now I wonder what actually happened to the Coinbase chart. I'm not looking at one right now, but at the same time, Google popped and actually filled more of my calls, taking gains on. So I'm almost wondering if there was the NASDAQ looks the same. Let's see here what Coinbase is actually doing. I did see that change. That was wild.
Yeah,
Happened
that's
fast.
crazy.
No, Coinbase is just leaking still.
Yeah. So I would try and price that for less than $1. Now listen, it's got a $5,000 upside. for $100 investment. So the delta obviously very low, but if this gets into squeeze action event, it could be quite the trade. You just don't want to hold it past mid-August.
Now, if you do get that move that you were talking about, let's say you do get a fill that's kind of like a lower fill here, and you do get a move and you are able to sell it, would you then set an alert to maybe re-add this if it comes back in to kind of load up again if it were still in that window? No, probably just hit it and leave?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely hit it and leave. Because it does show a little bit of, I mean, it shows, to me, it shows a little bit of extension, right? There's a lot of short covering, new call buying, all those sorts of things. So a fade into this area that doesn't immediately bounce, going to be a little bit of a problem. So my thought is try to get it on the cheap, try to get it, 95 cents. If it doesn't fill, no harm, no foul. The short iron condor's got plenty of value sitting in there. Going to be a good way to make some money easily. Well, I don't want to say that. Nothing's ever easy.
I was going to say, I'm always nervous about saying easy because it feels like that. And then you're like, oh, maybe it's not. It's going to make me look dumb.
Exactly.
All right, Anne-Marie, really good stuff here. Do me a favor and have a great weekend. We're going to check in with you next week.
Absolutely. You too. You too.
Oh,
Hit that golf course. Save some strokes.
I'm going to try. I am going to try. Anne-Marie, thanks so much for everything. We will see you next week.
All right. Take care.
All right. That is Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie's departure leaves room for Sandy. Let's go ahead and see how she's doing here today. Sandy, how you doing? How's your fourth?
Good morning. Good morning. Great. How was yours?
It was great. I saw one hand there. It looked like you had all 5 fingers. How about that other one? Bang, she did it. We came back with all 10. Let's go, Sandy. What do you got coming up here?
Yeah, because that's me, lighting fireworks. And
you never know. You never know. I don't assume. That's how you make an ass out of you and me. So
no, good. Hey, we're going to talk about, you guys were talking about Bitcoin and some of the run up. I'm going to share some information with the audience in regards to option flow and see which tickers some of the institutions are diving into, and then look at the charts and see what we can do.
Perfect. That sounds timely and awesome. Folks, Trading Made Simple with Sandy starts right now.
Welcome back, traders. This is Sandra with Trading Made Simple. I'm here to show you short-term proven strategies. People think trading is a one-size-fits-all market. It's not. We live trade and train daily. Let's talk trading.
Morning. Hey, so we had some good price action this week, hitting a lot of real bullish targets. Let me just get rid of this really quick and get right back over to here. Okay, so today what we want to do is take a look at, what's going on with some of these Bitcoin stocks. And so I was looking at some option flow and I saw a lot of flow coming into SILJ. That's SILJ. Now this is the silver miners. So what I saw in the option flow was a ton of options coming into not only silver, but also into Bitcoin. In fact, that ticker was more like let's see, ETHW. I can't even say it properly. ETHW. And here it is, Bitwise Ethereum. I can never say Ethereum very good. So, and I'm probably not saying it right now, but anyway, this ETF right here has had a lot of flow coming into it. And so as I take a look at that flow, I want to share with you what they're looking at. And I mean a ton of it. So this basically, I'm seeing gold, I'm seeing silver, I'm seeing but twice as much, 3 times as much as going into ETHW, this ETF for Bitcoin Ethereum. I think that's how you say it well. All right. So we're looking at 22 calls for September 19th, guys. 22 calls for September 19th. We're also looking for, let's see, January 16 for 22 calls. When they got it priced, it was priced at 429, 430 thereabouts. And I mean, I'm just going through orders. Here's a gold order at 320 call. It cost them $5.90. This is for September 19th. Let's do another one here. Once again, another 22 call for ETHW. Let's look at some of the silver. And I mean, it just goes on and on and on with the amount of orders. And the amount of orders that they're doing is like 343,000, 386,000. 472,000, 558,000, 624,000, 710,000, and these orders keep coming in. So as I look at this chart, let's go ahead and talk about this chart and say, hey, what's going on here? Well, what ended up happening is on a daily chart of this ETF, we were kind of for a while there, kind of going in a range. We actually broke through that range, and then basically, right, we were just kind of consolidating again. Well, what we did was break out. So we had a double top, we broke out of it, and you can see that we broke out of last week's high. Now, this is the expected move for last week that the market makers created. We broke out of that high. Typically, when we break out of that, that means the next following week, we could get higher highs. And I think maybe that, along with the volume of orders are coming in, these algos, they keep buying and buying and buying. And clearly, we got something going on here. So 22 calls at 430. So you could see my weekly expected move for on this indicator, by the way, is showing that if we bypass today's closing price over the weekend and open up higher than what we did today, we have a good shot of basically getting to 2274. Now, the call that they chose, right, was 22. And so we want to keep that in mind as their target, even though right now it's at 2142. We could see that momentum on a daily chart is hitting 200. It hit 200 before as it was breaking through. You'll notice right here and right here, as we were breaking through the high just a couple days ago of this week's expected move high, you could see the momentum really coming back in and now going higher. Now, we also have a Darvis band. Darvis is really identifiable with consolidation. And you could see that the Darvis band has been here for a while for this range, right? 1561 to about 2058. As soon as we broke above it, you could see momentum starting to break above the 200. I always say that, hey, look, when you're looking at the CCI, or this is a proprietary indicator called the wave, you can see that when we break momentum, so any momentum-based oscillator, if we're breaking through that first 100, then we're getting into a trend. You have momentum behind you. And as you can see, as we stumbled and chopped around right here just a little, as soon as we broke above that 100 line, you could see then this ETF, right? And this is just a low-cost ETF breaking through this week's high, and now its momentum is again breaking through the 200 line. This really is considered a strong trend. So as we break through the 100 line, that's a trend. Now we're breaking through the 200 line. So really looking for these types of stocks to, maybe take off next week. Now, this is low cost. It's an ETF, so it's a basket, right? So this is a really nice way to enter the market very inexpensively. And so I would take a look at this. ETHW going for 2147. The price that it looks like these institution high conviction is taking is the 22 call. That was going for about 430, 420 this morning. Let's take a look and see what it's going for now. So as we look at the expiration, and it looks like January 26 is real popular right now. So let's take a look at January 26, 189 days out. Let's take a look at a single, looking for the 22 call right here. So it's still around the 430 level. Now you'll notice that the bid and the ask, right, a little wide here for this ETF. But why is that? Well, let me explain it. So we do have it a little wide. It's $20, right? From the sell to the buy, you're looking at a $20 difference, 410 to 430. Now the reason is because the volume is less than a million. So I want to tell you just this little secret here. Sometimes these types of ETFs and stocks, what they'll do is they'll increase in volume as the day starts to go on. So maybe afternoon, you'll see this volume start creeping up. Now, I often tell our clients, hey, look, if the volume is less than 1 million, then sometimes it'll be difficult to get in and out. If you got in and you want to get out, you may have to lower your price to get out just because the volume isn't there. The market isn't packed with this ETF, but we have so much option flow coming into this. I would really pay attention to this and maybe give yourself a little bit of risk on this ticker to see what ends up happening as we move into the next couple weeks. So this volume may increase. That's really the time where getting out of a position is so important. I used to call this Hotel California. You can check in, but you can never leave. This one's got almost about $500,000. And you always want to, as you look at, and if we look here, open interest and volume, and you see how there's a lot of NAs here. Now, I know that Thinkorswim had some issues today. My platform right now, I'm crossing my fingers, stays up. But as of right now, you can see that there's a lot of NAs here. And you can see that there's like low open interest in a lot of these contracts. And you can also see that a volume also has a lot of NAs. So you really want to stick to the one that has more than 100 contracts, either open interest or in the actual volume. And the reason being is because that's where the marketplace is. So if you're at a farmer's market, as an example, and you're looking at some oranges, but no one is behind the stand, then that means that you can't buy anything. And if you had some to sell, you wouldn't be able to sell anything to this guy because he's not standing there. There's no one there, right, to assist you. And that is the same when it comes to options trading. You need to make sure that you have enough of an audience that you can buy as well as sell to close your contracts. And if you don't, then you're going to get yourself in a little ringer. And we call that Hotel California. You can check in, but you can never leave. And so that's my joke for volume. If you can just view this, some ETFs and stocks, they'll just actually, their volume will start to rise as the day goes on. And so that may be something that this does as well. This is the first time that I'm actually identifying this ETF. It's not popular to me, by the way. And so, but I just noticed it on option flow, a ton of high conviction option flow. And so I wanted to share that with you today because I thought it was a good one. So we'll have to keep it in mind for next week and see how it moves. But you could see that all the interest is where? At the 22 call. And that is the call that they chose. So let's keep that in mind. We really want this volume to increase. The other items that I saw of interest were not actually gold miner stocks, but also, again, once again, the ETFs. Let me pull up one of those. I had it at the open when we first started. SILJ is what it's called. They got ETFs for everything now. So this is actually just a silver miner ETF and called Amplify Junior. Look at the volume here, guys, 6 million. Don't have a problem with getting in and out. No Hotel California here, but you could see it's hanging around the 1577 for price action. The real popular ticker here was 16 for, let's see the date, August 15. So let's take a look at August 15 and see what that looks like. And we're looking at the 16 call. for 85 cents. They got it for 75 cents. So you can see, and look at where all the volume is here, guys. This is the volume, 25,485, and open interest. We do have some higher areas of open interest, but clearly, whenever you're looking at a strike price, so let's get to this lesson really quick, not only for volume, but for strike price. As you start to get more familiar with strike price and option chains, you really want to pay attention to the volume and open interest. You have to have at least, and this goes for SPX, any ETF, you could look at any of these tickers or stocks, and you really want to look for volume over 1 million, and you also want to look for a strike that has some volume, either volume or open interest, at least 100 contracts. 100 contracts. So as we take a look at this, we can see that open interest and volume really nice at 16 here. And so we really want to take that into consideration. Could we use the 17 call? Yes. Could we use the 18 call? Yes. Why? Because we have over 100 contracts. If you can just keep that in your mind, you'll never get locked into a position where you can't get out of a position. This is really one of those lessons that you learn by losing money, right? So I've already been there. I'm helping you to stay away from that. The volume you want to look up here, over 1 million, to stay out of Hotel California. And then your contracts, either open interest or volume, you want to make sure that you pick a strike that has more than 100 orders in it, either on open interest or volume here on the strike price. I hope that helps you guys out as you're looking at maybe ETFs or stocks that you've never seen before. What was the other one that I saw today? And then there was some for gold. Let me tell you what gold was. So this is very interesting because we've been so bullish, right, this week, a lot in the tech stocks as well, materials. And all of a sudden, we're seeing Bitcoin and silver and gold pop up. So let me find that contract. Here we go. That contract was March 26, or excuse me, March 20 of 2026. So this is a long play. I call this, whenever I see something that is way into the future, right? It's kind of a placeholder. It's something that almost like a protection. It's somewhere that you can park money at for a long period of time without very much damage. And so when I see this, that's what makes me think of this. So as we take a look at that, somebody's doing a $150,000 placeholder, not too much on that order, and looking at March 20th of 2026, and it's GDX of 55 call. Let's take a look at that chart. Let me first take a look at the silver miners. Oh, also momentum on a daily, right? Breaking through the 200. Why? Because the last pivot high was right here at 1554, and we broke through that. Now, remember, whenever we break through a resistance, a high, we typically come down to retest it. Could that be then the better entry? Absolutely. Absolutely the better entry. So as you see something like this break above, if we could come down and retest that 1554 area, that's actually a better area to take a long position because you got that retest out of the way. A lot of these, big pockets, they don't care about holding through a pullback. But as retail traders, we care, and we care quite a bit. We don't want our position to go 25, 30% lower before it goes up higher. So if you're one of those people, then you may want to take a look at the retest. If we look at this on an hourly, which is really pretty, you can see that we kind of consolidated after hours. When we opened up, the first candle on a 1 hour was a lot of indecision, by the way, here. That's what this candle represents. As we broke through that pivot high, you can see then we caught a bid, right? I mean, just really a nice engulfing candle, continuing to move to the higher direction. But what do we have right here on an hourly? We have resistance. These are trend pivot lines, right? They're trend lines. I love these vertical trend lines. So here's the horizontal pivot. You can see it's green underneath that white line. So you can see where a lot of indicators actually have confluence, right? There's stacking evidence here showing this particular area is really being important. And then all of a sudden we have a breakthrough. And once we break through and we're not hanging on to that level, that zone really shows the conviction of the move. So as we see the conviction of the move, just remember that oftentimes when we break through, we'll come back and retest. Looking at the 1550 for a retest. And then as you can see, we have this trend pivot line at around 1598 up here. It's about 1591 right here. This is going to act as resistance. Keep that in mind as well. Though it's about 20 cents above us, this could also act as resistance. But really looking strong here for the silver miners. May take a little while. It's not a heavy mover. If we take a look at the trade tab and see, okay, well, they're taking August. What's the expected move for August? And when I said they're not a heavy hitter, I mean, like this ETF doesn't really move a lot. Its average true range doesn't move a lot. So what we can do is take a look at the trade tab, go all the way to the right over here, and we could see for that strike that they're looking at, for that expiration date, they're looking for a $1.83 move from now until 35 days from now, right? That's only a $1.83 cent move. And so you could see that this is a very slow mover. And so keep that in mind when you have your expectations in check. That means that you create a better plan of action for your trading, right? You got your expectations on point. So we're only looking for about $1.83 for that move for that period of time. And so we want to stick with that. And then once again, as we take a look at the chart, we do have some resistance. Let's take a look at a weekly and how this looks. So at a weekly also, breaking through the double this week, breaking through the double top right here and creating basically a higher high. What happens? I mean, that is a very well-known strategy if you don't know it. When you break the existing high that's been placed or the previous high, that ends up being a double top until you break it. And when you break it and you're making a higher high, that is a strategy that the stock is or ETF is going to go higher. And that's exactly what we're seeing with institutional flow because we're trend traders, right? We're really following the trend. And who makes the trend? These institutions with all the large money make the trend. And we're just following that trend. You can see where momentum on a weekly was in the 100 kind of choppy zone, but as you can see, it's kind of inching up this week above that 100 line. You can also see that momentum looks a little level here. So really looking to see next week that this starts to point up, right? We want momentum to point up. But again, even on a weekly level, we have this resistance at 1657. You may want to think about that as a place to take profits, right, guys? Always resistance is a place to remove some of your profits and then reassess. Because is this going to have a pullback to, the horizontal pivot line right here? Is it going to come back and do a retest of this level? It could. So, oftentimes these stocks do that. I think that we covered SILJ pretty good. The other thing I wanted to talk to you about today was the VIX. Now, the VIX, let's take a look at this. As you can see, the VIX on a weekly, right? Really crushing. VIX is crushing down. What is VIX? VIX is the volatility gauge, right? This is where all the fear is. When the fear is in the market, the VIX rises, and it's actually identified visually as a chart, just like anything else. So as we take a look at the VIX, you can see that we actually, from yesterday's close, this is overnight action. From yesterday's close, we gapped up, right? Whenever we gap up means we're going down in the stock market. If we gap up on the VIX, if the VIX moves up, it's an opposite indicator for the market. It's opposite. So as the VIX is moving up, market's moving down. And as you can see, we're coming down to basically retest the low here, this area. This on a smaller chart, you don't really get to see, but let's take a look at here. So here was the low, the market maker's expected move low for the VIX, and that was around 1592. And we actually broke through it yesterday and got a really nice pump in the market, didn't we? Because it looked like, because you can see how many times the VIX, if we just look at this as a regular chart, you could see how many times we came down, retested it, went up, retested it. Look at how many times it keeps hanging around this level. So yesterday, when it broke through, we really got a nice pump out of that, thinking VIX is going to crush lower. And what ends up happening? The opposite actually goes up overnight, right? And so now we're kind of basically back into the market makers expected range here. Now we're sitting underneath the 20, which is bearish. We have momentum that's bearish, and we're also underneath the low pivot from our last point, because you can see that this area was really important. And we're still underneath it, which is very bullish for the market, okay? If we stay underneath the pivot low, this is very bullish for the market. And if next week we go and retest 1488 and it goes lower, oh, we're going to have a heck of a week. But if this starts to move higher and go back into its range, into the range of above this last pivot low, then we may end up retesting 1768. And as VIX moves higher, that means the market will move lower. I also like to take a look, and you can kind of see momentum. Why do I look at momentum? Momentum drives the price of any stock or ETF. So if you can have an oscillator on your chart that you can visualize, to me, learning and identifying moves helps me to visualize. That's the type of learner I am. You may be a different type of learner, right? So for me, if I can see that momentum is going down on the VIX, that gives me an idea, right? That, hey, the market could be going up. So I'm not as concerned about puts as I am my calls. Now I'm looking for really good setups for calls, right? But if we all of a sudden break through this 100 line by next week, that means that momentum for the VIX is going higher. And heavy volume into the VIX means that the fear gauge is rising. And if the fear gauge rises, the market will tend to fall. That's when you can create a strategy by identifying where the VIX is, looking at it just like you would a normal chart, and then saying, hey, I'm in some long call positions. Time for me to take some profits off the table and reassess once the VIX gets back to its normal consolidating pattern, as an example. So we had a boost after hours on the VIX. Then the VIX right now is calming down. Let's look at it on a 15-minute. We had an overnight pop on the VIX. But ever since the open, it's been actually slowing going down. And so that helps the market to recover. Right now, we're filling a gap. This was the gap that was created overnight. Can we fill that gap? Absolutely. I don't know if we'll fill it by today, but you can see we're working on it. We went from 1660 thereabouts. 50% is right about here. So that's around 1619. And so we don't have to fill the entire gap. But typically speaking, if we fill a 50% on the gap, people seem pretty satisfied with that. It's like, we filled kind of half of it. We went through half of it. So I can see this actually coming down possibly to the 1619 area thereabouts. And if that ends up happening, we could see a little bit of a reprieve. Now, could you set an alert for VIX? Because I think VIX is one of the greatest, easiest indicators or chart setups that you can identify as an indicator that could help you, right? And all you need to do is set an alert. And you can say, hey, look, and you know how I feel about the 20 EMA. Anything over the 20 is bullish. Anything underneath it is bearish. If we break above 1660 on a 15-minute chart, as an example, should I be concerned if I have any longs going into the weekend? Absolutely. I would be concerned about that. 15-minute, 1 hour, those are really nice short-term swing kind of positions that you could utilize those two charts, especially if they match up. And so I would really like to see if price action gets above that 20 on this chart. And if so, then I want the system to send me a text to let me know that. And then that will draw my attention to, okay, let's clear the screens here. Let me any winning positions. I want to take money off. I want to start closing positions. This gives you a management tool, right? So I would really start utilizing VIX. You can see that I have it in a label form just because it's always on my mind. Regardless of any chart I go to, the VIX is always on my mind by staying right there on any time frame. So if some of these indicators are interesting to you, send me an email at sandra@tradingmadesimple.org. I'll get those over to you. I think that these are some of the real basic tools that you could use in your everyday analysis as you're checking out the charts. So the VIX to me, really, gosh, if we can break, and this is really important, right? Because as we look at the VIX in a range, we can see that the VIX's low is right where this trend line in, as well as this low pivot line. That's at 15, what is that, 70, 69. Let's just call it where this trend line is. If the VIX can break below 1560, then calls are on the table for the market, right? So as of right now, we are technically bearish on the VIX. VIX is lightening up a little. We could take a pop. If we take a pop above that 20, it means, hey, my calls are invalidated in the market. I may want to reassess this. Okay. And so this is a very news driven type of market. Any tweet, any tariff news, any FOMC could change, right, in a heartbeat. And so knowing that and utilizing some of the tools that your platform already enables you to do, you can start really automating your trades. You can even automate a close of a trade based on, the VIX levels and other indicators. And so as you learn your platform, and by the way, that's exactly what I do is I teach others about their own platforms with Thinkorswim and IBKR, how to automate your trades. And you can utilize the VIX and other tickers to basically set up trades to get into in an automatic sense, right? You're really just doing an OCO order, getting in, getting out when certain conditions happen. So your rules are already placed up front. You'll let those rules happen. You program them in very simply. I give you step-in-step instructions. If you want to learn more, that's tradingmadesimple.org, and I will see you next week.